Aster is historically the stronger player here with a career win rate of 67%. You know, he typically controls these encounters, but Ignis has held a strong advantage in their most recent meetings. It'll be interesting to see if that short-term momentum offsets the career gaps. Completely untouchable right now. He's simply not letting Aster get a word in. He's a 10 spot higher on the ladder, yet looks completely lost. What a fight! He barely escapes that trade with a sliver of health to finally answer back. That was an incredibly tight exchange. He shuts that down from the ramp, showing real grit to close the gap. The expected favorite is finally starting to find his feet. Unbelievable. He clutched out that brawl to even the score and complete the reversal. Aster is simply refusing to budge, cruising to a 4th straight round win. This is exactly the kind of form that earns him the edge. A huge response from Ignis to bring us right back to a deadlock. A very balanced split so far for both players. Ignis keeps the pressure on, securing another win from the boxes to take control of the scoreboard. He's certainly playing like the lower ranked seed today. Ignis keeps a strong grip on the momentum, securing another victory from the boxes. Aster secures a tidy kill from the ramp to keep this series close as we head into the break. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as predicted. Both players traded strong momentum swings, but Ignis is currently controlling the tempo. Time for a clean slate. He remains stubborn, keeping his composure to narrow this gap further. A sharp adjustment to keep this contest competitive. Aster is putting on a clinic from the ramp, bringing the match back to a deadlock. The higher seeded player is looking much more comfortable now. Ignis just nudges ahead, taking an 8-7 lead. He's keeping his composure despite the rough run today. Holy cow, what a slugfest! He barely clings to life after that brutal exchange to push his lead to 9-7. The higher rated player is looking quite shaky at the moment. He's absolutely on fire, storming back into the lead with a 3rd consecutive victory. He's definitely shaking off that rough start from the other side of the bracket. A complete shutdown of that push, showing some serious fight to stay in the game. Just a glimpse of that raw speed from Aster. Ignis is really putting Aster on the defensive now, putting himself in a great spot to seal this. What a brawl! He survives a total war of attrition to put himself on match point. Absolute chaos in that fight, but he pulls through. A very tidy play there to keep the hopes alive for Aster. He can't afford any more mistakes if he wants to force a tie. And that's it. Ignis secures the final round from the boxes to close out the series. He's really putting on a clinic against this guy lately, proving that the rankings aren't telling the whole story today. Aster typically owns this rivalry with a 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a huge gap, but the momentum has clearly shifted toward Mist in their most recent encounters. Now we'll see if Aster can reclaim that authority. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding lead to start the map. Another effortless blow for the leader, who's simply refusing to let up. Aster finds a way back in, picking him off the ramp. He's definitely playing to his higher standing on the ladder here. Mist is just cruising right now, leading 5-1. He's really putting the pressure on a higher rated opponent. Mist is just too quick today, claiming another one from the ramp to extend his lead. A tough day for him after that rough outing against Ignis. He's firmly in control now, extending that lead to 7-1. A rough series of games lately for the higher seeded player. A quick read on the entry and he shuts it down immediately. He needs to shake off those early losses against Ignis. Unreal, Aster barely clings to life after that chaotic scramble to secure his second straight. He is starting to lean on that superior ladder position. He's heating up rapidly, putting together a 3-game run just as we head into the break. He's finally finding his footing today after those early losses. Mist holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's currently living up to that favorite status. He looks very steady, and we'll see if Aster can respond after swapping sides. Let's see if the tide turns. Mist has now pushed the lead to 9-4, and that contrast in their recent momentum is just staggering. He's really defying those long-term odds by staying so calm. I wonder if the pressure is finally starting to get to Aster. Mist is dominating the server, now sitting at 10-5. He's really putting his number 14 opponent in a tough spot. These two are trading rounds rapidly now, making the match feel a lot closer than the scoreboard suggests. Aster is starting to claw his way back, holding that ramp position perfectly to keep his hopes alive. He is certainly showing that class difference right now. Wow, he's completely turned this around with another huge round to keep the rally going. He's finally playing like the favorite in this matchup. He's simply on fire, taking his 4th straight to put the pressure right back on Mist. It's a completely different game now for the seed leader. Mist shuts down the charge, picking him off the ramp to regain some breathing room. It's been a rough day for the top-seeded player overall. That was an incredibly swift response from Aster, refusing to let the match slip away. What an incredible fight! He's completely erased the deficit to bring us level at 11 all. Absolutely staggering. He's just completely overtaken the lead and now stands on the threshold of victory. What a read! He shuts everything down to force this match into a grueling overtime. This is exactly why you can never count out the lower rank. He's really starting to turn the tide here, securing his lead just when the pressure is at its peak. The momentum is swinging wildly as we head into the closing moments. Mist just refuses to let up, pulling the trigger again to deny him from the ramp. A totally clean look there for Aster, who is refusing to go quietly in this overtime thriller. He's keeping himself right in the mix. What a response! He's perfectly composed, securing another one to keep things deadlock at 14 all. Neither side is giving an inch in this absolute nail-biter. An absolute laser of a shot from the ramp to put the pressure back on Aster. He managed to find an answer right when it mattered most. And that's it. Mist closes it out with a lightning-fast shot to secure the series. He just barely edged him out in the end, proving that the rankings don't mean a thing today. What a fight! Ignis owns the long-term history here, holding a significant lead in their overall head-to-head record. But Mist is the one with the recent confidence after taking their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that mental edge holds up. Ignis is pulling ahead, now leading 2-1. That was a lightning-fast exchange. We've got a deadlock on our hands. This is anyone's game right now. It's a very tight contest between these two. Mist has clawed back to take a 3-2 lead.
He's definitely playing the role of the spoiler right now.
He's taking full control of the server now, racking up 3 straight. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Ignis finally answers back with a clean conversion to keep this close. What a scramble! Ignis barely escapes that carnage to even up the score at 4 all. Absolutely flawless. Ignis continues his climb, taking complete control of the pace. A brutal exchange where both players took serious damage, but he just outlasted the pressure to secure another victory. He is simply outclassing the competition right now, picking up his 5th consecutive win. He's looking far more stable than he did against Aster earlier. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. The expected gap in skill is showing. He really took over mid-half with that 6-round tier to put himself in a strong position. Let's see if Mist can reset. Ignis is currently in the midst of a tough day with a record of 18-25 over the last 24 hours, but he's clearly finding his footing in this specific series. It'll be a real test of resolve to see if he can close this out before Mist finds a way to push back. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Mist is really refusing to let the lead get out of hand. Mist had a bit of a spark there, but Ignis is quickly shutting that down. He's really leaning into that superior head-to-head history today.
Ignis is building a massive cushion at 10-7.
He's proving he can hang with any of the top 20. He's showing some real grit here, picking up back-to-back rounds to keep this contest alive. He's really proving that the pre-match favorites weren't entirely right. He's simply relentless, moving in for another flawless victory to keep the comeback alive. His timing is just impeccable right now. He secures another round from the box, extending his advantage to 11-9. A nice way to get back into a rhythm after those losses. He's showing a ton of heart right now, narrowing the gap to just one round. Just a quick snapshot for the comeback lead. Ignis puts an end to that comeback attempt and earns himself a chance to close this out right now. He's refusing to go down quietly, shutting this out with total precision. The underdog is starting to feel the pressure shift. Unbelievable! Mist forces the tie at 12-12, pushing this entire battle into overtime. Neither player is blinking in this deadlock. Absolutely staggering. He refuses to back down, securing a third straight for a huge momentum shift. A complete reversal of fortunes for the pre-match favorite. He shuts down their momentum swing, claiming the win from the box to lock this up at 13-13. Neither one is willing to give an inch here. Mist just outfought him from the ground to bring the score to 14-13. He's managed to scrap his way back into the lead. We are right back to a dead heat. Both players are completely trading blows now.
It's an incredible mental test for the lower rated player to stay this poised.
He just blinked first. That was an incredibly sharp response to move back into the lead. A complete shutdown on that exchange, putting him just 1 point away from victory. A total clash of wills from two players who just won't quit. Ignis keeps the edge with a narrow 16-15 lead. Total parity now as Mist forces a 16-all tie.
Mist takes the lead, edging ahead 17-16.
A very dominant display to seize the advantage here. Mist is surging forward now, holding an 18-16 advantage. He is completely outplaying the other side in this stretch. Ignis just barely keeps pace, trailing 17-18. The momentum is shifting back in favor of the front runner.
Absolute chaos. Ignis drags us back to an 18-all stalemate.
Pure chaos as we're back to a deadlock. Mist edges ahead, holding a slim 19-18 lead. Mist is pulling away, now commanding a 2018 cushion. Just a total collapse of that brief momentum from the other side. Mist is really starting to run away with this, leading 21-18. A tough run of games for the favorite today. Ignis claws back to 19, chasing a trailing Mist. He's fighting through a really tough stretch of games lately. Mist still holds a razor-thin lead at 21-20. The pressure is clearly mounting for the man with the lead. Mist stretches his lead to a 2-round advantage. He just refuses to be intimidated by that historical gap. To come back from behind in overtime and secure the series is a massive statement. What a fight! Aster comes out swinging right here, knocking Ignis off that box for an early lead. Aster historically dominates this head-to-head pairing with over 160 wins. It's surprising to see Ignis looking so confident here given the history. We'll see if that dominance can actually return to the server today. Ignis just timed that perfectly, catching Aster right as he pushed off the ramp. He's really playing the spoiler today after that 13-9 result earlier. Aster holds a narrow edge as we reset. It's a welcome shift for the higher rated player today. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. It's a good way to shake off those 3 straight losses earlier today. Ignis is putting on the pressure now, bringing the match right back to a tie. He's fighting a tough slump, having lost his last 3 matches today. Ignis is really struggling to put together a consistent run, posting a 17-25 record over the last 24 hours. It's a sharp contrast to his victory in their most recent encounter. You have to wonder if he can find that same gear to close this gap. Aster just punished him for staying high up on the Tetris, quickly regaining the lead. Aster keeps a slim lead at 6-5. He's certainly making Aster work for that favorite status today. We're all tied up at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see from a close matchup. Aster's 72% win rate on the arena hasn't given him any real separation yet. Fresh start for both of them. Ignis has finally climbed ahead by 1. He's really leaning into the momentum from their previous match. Ignis is surging, moving a full 2 rounds up. He's looking far more composed than during that 13-2 defeat yesterday. Aster really needed that stop to keep things tight. A multi-round lead for Ignis would have been a huge problem. And we are back to a dead heat at 8-all. Aster puts on a strong show, clearing him off that box to reclaim the lead. Definitely expecting this kind of resilience from a top 20 player. Absolute shutdown by Aster, who just wiped him off the Tetris to keep this rolling. A huge confidence boost for the 16th ranked player here. Ignis reacts just a bit faster there, shutting down that run. Unreal, he claws his way back to a tie with a sliver of health left. That survival was a total nail-biter. He's completely in control now, picking Aster off from the ramp to secure his third straight. A total reversal of the early match vibe. What a scramble! Aster barely claws through a fierce exchange to drag this match back to a tie. Both these guys are playing at an incredibly high level today. Ignis takes a huge step toward victory, moving just one round away from the win. A surprising turnaround for the player with the lower rank. What a fight! Ignis manages to outlast him and secures the victory. He really pushed through the pressure to pull out the victory. He just refused to break, even when he was staring down defeat. What a fight! What a wild start! Both of them were practically dead, but Aster somehow manages to scrap through. Aster clearly has a historical advantage here, having won 66% of their lifetime encounters against Mist. It's a strong pattern to see, even if Mist did manage a victory in their last meeting. We'll see if that's a sign of a trend shift or just a fluke. Total control from Aster, who just completely shut the door on any hopes for a recovery. Mist puts up a fight here, claiming a round for himself. Definitely showing the form from that narrow victory on fast aim. He's completely erasing the deficit now, refusing to let his opponent pull away. Aster still holds a commanding 5-2 lead right now. His higher ladder standing is really starting to show here. Esther has been outperforming expectations today with a 25-19 record over the last few hours, and honestly, he's converting that momentum into a huge lead here. The pressure is mounting for Mist to find a way to slow this down. He's really digging in now, taking another one to keep the pressure on. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt now. Aster's just cruising now, pushing a comfortable 7-4 lead. The favorite is really putting his weight around this series. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing comfortably and defying the odds right now. He's leveraging that 66% win rate on Italy to stay ahead as we swap sides. Let's see if Mist can respond. Aster is pulling even further ahead at 8-5. The skill gap between the two is showing clearly now. Aster is just relentless, extending his grip to 9-5. He's just too fast for the competition, putting on a clinic with that third straight victory. Everything is trending toward that top half ranking for him right now. He's just not letting up, completing a completely one-sided exchange to push his lead to 11. It's a completely different story from his previous few losses. He manages to snap the streak, finding a quick way to get back on the board. He's certainly fighting a tough uphill battle against the higher seed. Mist is really starting to close the gap, making this a much tighter contest than it looked earlier. The momentum has shifted since their clash on fast aim. That was instant. Aster shuts the door on any hope for a comeback, moving himself to match point. And that's it. Aster closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the victory. He really played his best map here, showing why he's the one to beat in this bracket. Ignis has dominated this rivalry historically with a 60% win rate. That's a massive track record to hold over someone, but Mist just claimed the most recent meeting between these two. Now the pressure is on Ignis to prove that's just a fluke. Ignis is pulling ahead now with a commanding 2-1 lead. He definitely looks like the stronger man today. We've got a complete deadlock on our hands. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch. Mist is fighting back hard after that previous loss on Dunes. Ignis holds a narrow 3-2 lead heading into this. He's really looking to bounce back after that tough loss on Dunes. Ignis is really putting the pressure on, catching Mist right as he stepped off the ramp. Ignis is proving to be the more consistent player today. Just too fast, he's on absolute fire right now. A really tough spot to be in for Mist right now. What a relentless run, he's just completely shifted the momentum with 4 straight. Mist is really struggling to find any answer here. Another spotless execution as he marches toward double digits. The gap in ratings is small, but the gap in form is huge right now. A sharp response there, finally getting around back. Ignis had a tough run in the last day, finishing at 1825 overall. It's clear he's struggling to find his footing today. Mist is capitalizing on that dip in confidence and is quickly closing this gap. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the first half to play out. He's simply better on this map, which is showing in his current lead. Ignis keeps cruising with a comfortable 8-5 advantage. The 23 seed is simply too composed in these exchanges. Mist refuses to back down, clawing his way back into this series. A very clean trade of momentum right there. Ignis has stretched this to a 3-round lead. He's really making the most of his experience today. The persistence is starting to pay off as he manages to carve out another round. The underdog is definitely finding a way to stay in the game. He's showing a lot of heart here, securing a second straight to keep this fight alive. The pressure is really mounting for the favored player here. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange, but he gets the kill. That was an incredibly thin margin to survive. Mist really needs to find a way to disrupt these quick exchanges before he falls too far behind. Mist manages to shut him down completely with a precise burst. The momentum is shifting just as we enter the final stretch. He's staying strong and completely untouchable in this exchange, bringing the game right back to a single round difference. Absolute control from the challenger, leveling the playing field completely. Everything's completely reset as we head into the final 2 rounds. He finds his form at the perfect moment, moving a single step closer to victory. A huge moment for the favorite to reclaim a lead. And that's it! A lightning fast finish to seal the deal for Ignis. He really had to dig deep to close that gap. After the shaky start, Mist pushed him to the limit here. He fought till the end. Aster holds a convincing 160 to 123 lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. It makes sense given his higher ranking on the ladder. He is definitely looking to solidify that dominance today. What a scrap! Both players were nearly empty, but Aster manages to scrape through by a thread. He's coming off a solid 13-7 victory against Mist today. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we head back. Ignis is refusing to be intimidated by that ranking difference. Aster takes the lead, pushing the tally to 3-2. The high seed is starting to exert his will here. Ignis secures that one from the ramp, and he's officially tied this series back up. A very clean trade of rounds for these two so far. Ignis pulls ahead, putting the pressure on Aster now. The other dog is really putting on a clinic right now. A fierce exchange, but the momentum has completely shifted into his favor. He's proven that the rank gap isn't much of a factor today. Absolutely chaotic exchange. Aster barely walks away from that fight with his life. Pure luck on that final shot, he barely survived. Goodness, what a scramble! He barely manages to stay alive after that brutal exchange. The rank 17 spot is feeling the pressure right now. A fierce clash of positions on the ramp, and Ignis comes out on top yet again. He's definitely looking to flip the script on his overall win rate. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the favorite is comfortably in charge here. He's managing to keep Aster at bay despite the latter's superior map win rate. Time for a quick reset. Ignis has spent the day fighting an uphill battle, going 19-24 over the last day. It's clear he's putting in the work to stay competitive despite that low momentum. He's definitely fighting a tough battle to keep his lead. He's on fire. He keeps the momentum rolling with another victory from the ramp. It's a total flip-flop of the momentum right now. He's picking up another one to extend that gap to 2 games. The momentum is shifting far from where we expected it to be. A grueling battle there, but he manages to pull through and keep the deficit to just 1. He's finally starting to claw back some of that lost ground. Ignis stays in the driver's seat with a 10-8 edge. That was a ridiculously fast exchange to seal the round. Unreal, Ignis just barely clung on for his life there, digging deep to close out that fight. He is really capitalizing on those narrow margins today. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to secure a crucial point in the comeback. A desperate play there, but it keeps the pressure on. Aster is showing incredible resolve, shutting down that charge with a perfect shot. That was a lightning fast kill to swing things back. He just can't be stopped right now, finishing a huge run to pull this game all the way back to a deadlock. Simply unstoppable. He's completely flipped the script to move within one of the finish line. A textbook example of how to seize total control of a game. Unbelievable. Aster finishes the comeback in style to secure the victory. He's definitely feeling the relief after that one, as he finally gets a bit of revenge for their last encounter. He had to fight for every inch of that map. What a match! Aster starts strong here, quickly putting an end to Mist's attempt to hold the ramp. What a scramble! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he somehow edges it out while nearly empty. Meist cleans up from the ramp to bring this one right back to a tie. He really needs a stronger start than his last map against Aster. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to take a commanding 3-round lead. He's leaning into that lifetime head-to-head dominance right now. Mist used that elevation on the ramp to secure a huge exchange and pull things even closer. He's fighting an uphill battle against a much higher rated opponent. Mist is playing with a lot of energy right now, utilizing that high ground to jump ahead in the score. The higher seed can't seem to find a way to lock this down. Aster holds a slim lead as we hit round 7. He's looking quite comfortable as the more seasoned hand today. Aster has put up a huge number of rounds in this tournament with 25 wins today. It's a high volume of matches that clearly has him in top form. It feels like he's just finding his range, while Mist is starting to look a bit rattled. He's refusing to fade away, putting up another strong fight to keep this series close. He's managed to slow things down just as the pressure was mounting. Aster is still holding the 7-4 edge here. He's certainly playing like the favorite today. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's really proving why he's had so much success in their head-to-head history. Mist is still in the game, but the underdog is currently the one in control. Time to switch sides. What a response! He's digging deep to stay competitive and makes this a tight contest. He's definitely finding a way to claw back into this. Aster is really capitalizing on his superior mapping statistics. He's managed to secure a strong 67% win rate on this specific map. It shows a high level of confidence in his positioning that is keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 9-7 lead. He's keeping that top 15 ladder status secure right now. Aster is really extending that run here, putting a serious dent in Mist's hopes of a comeback. A tough exchange here, but the momentum is swinging back towards the favorite. He really is asserting the power gap today. Aster is just too strong right now, putting a huge amount of pressure on the match with another win. A heavy climb for the lower seed to get back into this. Absolute perfection from Aster to seal the deal and shut this series down. He just looked way too sharp for Mist today, taking full control with that huge momentum swing mid-game. Ignis enters this with a strong 60% head-to-head win rate over Mist. It's a historical edge that usually translates into results. We're seeing that trend hold up early in this series. Ignis is playing very comfortably right now, using that ramp to keep a huge advantage. His 13-11 victory in their last outing was just a preview. The momentum is swinging completely. He's taking full control of the server right now. Mist is really feeling the weight of those recent losses right now. A lightning fast exchange, and Mist secures an easy response to stay in this. He looks a lot sharper now than he did in those first three. A flawless reaction to cap off that sequence. The underdog is showing some real grit. Incredible turnaround. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us level at 3-all. A stubborn fight, but he manages to come out on top to reclaim the lead. He's certainly managing a tougher day overall than his opponent. Ignis is currently sitting at a 52% win rate on this specific map, and honestly that historical comfort is starting to show as he pulls ahead. It looks like he is simply capitalizing on the spacing better. Now we just have to see if Mist can find a way to break this momentum. Both players traded heavy damage in a brutal scramble, but Ignis survived the chaos to keep his streak alive. He's simply too fast right now, securing his 4th straight victory to move ahead. He's just completely in control right now, making it 5 straight to build a commanding lead. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, the favorite is simply playing his game. We're seeing a very predictable start to this match, based on their history together. Time for a quick reset. What a scrap! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Mist somehow manages to survive with a tiny sliver of health. Absolute chaos in that duel, and he somehow claws it back. Another clean victory for the challenger, continuing a steady climb back into this game. Ignis is back in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really fighting to keep that upper half ranking intact today. Ignis is pulling away, now commanding a 10-6 lead. He's clearly keeping his composure despite that close loss to Aster earlier. That was a fast reflex, and he quickly shuts down the opposition's hope of a comeback. He nearly went down in that absolute war, but somehow he walks away with the round. He is fighting for every single point tonight. Mist is putting on a real clinic right now, putting the pressure back on Ignis with that 3-round surge. He's finally found a way to challenge the higher rank today. What a brawl! Ignis barely survives that bloodbath, and is now just 1 step from victory. The higher seed is simply refusing to let the slide continue. Absolute perfection to close it out. Ignis seals the deal with a gorgeous finish to take the victory. Mist put up a fight, but he just couldn't find a way to shut down that momentum. That's another win for the favorite. Aster is currently leading the historical head-to-head with 161 wins over Ignis. And that psychological edge is clearly playing a role here since they just took the first round. We'll see if Ignis can shake off that recent loss to his opponent. Aster's now firmly in control with a 2-round lead. He's putting on a decent display today despite the rough start. These rounds are happening so quickly, Aster is just too fast for him today. His high ladder position is really starting to show. Aster edges ahead, taking a slim lead at 3-2. The underdog is starting to push back. Ignis has fought his way back to a deadlock. A tough spot for the favorite to find himself in. Unreal. Both of them were nearly out of health, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of life. The higher rated player is usually reliable in these tight spots. Aster has been a force today with a 26-17 record over the last day, and honestly, that sharp form is translating directly into a comfortable cushion here. It will be a struggle for Ignis to close this gap, unless he can find some immediate consistency. Ignis refuses to buckle, putting up a huge fight to narrow this gap. He is definitely making his presence felt in this series. Aster maintains his grip, pushing a strong 7-4 lead. The ranking gap is showing as Aster maintains this separation. It's 8-4 in favor of Aster. The underdog is completely ignoring the script right now. He's really utilizing that 66% map win rate to keep the pressure on Ignis. Let's see if the momentum holds. Aster is just dominating this series at 9-4. The top 15 on the ladder are always dangerous in these series. Ignis finally picks up a round to make it 5-9. He's definitely showing a lot of grit today. Aster is just refusing to let him get any momentum going right now. Aster is really putting that number 14 ranking to work here. Aster's just cruising along with a commanding 10-6 lead. The overall head-to-head history definitely favors the current leader. Ignis gets another one, but Aster still holds the 10-7 advantage. A solid response from the 20th ranked player. What a scramble! He barely makes it out alive after that chaotic trade of fire. Ignis is keeping himself in this, refusing to let Aster coast to a victory. Another clean look for Ignis, continuing his push to close this gap. He is quickly turning this into a genuine nail-biter. Absolute perfection from the Combat Kid, who looks completely untouchable right now. Unbelievable! He has completely erased that deficit to bring us all the way back to a draw. A huge shake-off from the favorite, moving him just a single point away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on the underdog right now. What a finish! He closes the door right there to secure the match victory. He really showed his class in the clutch today, knowing exactly how to shut that comeback attempt down. He had to work for that. Mist comes out swinging early, taking Aster right off that box for the opener. What a frantic exchange! Mist barely clings to life with 3 HP to secure a 2-0 lead. Another clean sweep, and he's really taking control of this opening stretch. It's a surprising start for a guy sitting lower on the ladder. He's just not letting up, making it a perfect 4-round start. The higher rated player is looking completely lost out there. He almost let this one slip, but manages to dig out of the depths to keep the perfect start alive. He's completely flipping the script from their last meeting. Goodness, that was a total slugfest, and Aster somehow pulls through with just a tiny sliver of health. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this match. Aster has been absolutely dominating today with a 27-16 record. It's no surprise we're seeing a shift in momentum now. He's simply in a different league right now, and he's looking to put a definitive stamp on this series. He is absolutely on fire right now, picking up his 4th straight win to close the gap. Mist shuts things down quickly, dropping Aster right off that box. Hard to believe the favorites are trailing right now. He's showing a lot of grit here, refusing to let that lead spiral as he narrows the gap. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as expected. Both players have looks on them, and it'll come down to who can hold their nerve in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. What a response! Aster is showing serious heart here, continuing the climb toward a tie. That was practically an instant elimination. He's simply refusing to break, extending his lead with another quick kill. He's really making the most of his top 10 standing right now. The surge is real, and he's now cruising toward double digits. He's not going down without a fight, answering back with a rapid headshot to chip away at that deficit. Whoa, they both almost went down. He barely scrapes through that brawl to keep the pressure on. He's definitely looking more comfortable as this game progresses. Mist manages to outlast him in a brutal firefight, clearing Aster off the box to keep this rally going. Unbelievable. He barely survives a total war of attrition to move within 2 rounds of victory. He's simply refusing to let his grip slip here. A complete shutout here as he continues to claw his way back into the series. The gap in the rankings is practically non-existent at this point. Aster is putting on a clinic, simply outclassing his opponent to reach match point. He's simply taking full control of the endgame. Absolutely incredible. He seals the deal with a perfect shot from the box to finish the comeback. He really showed why he's deep in the wins today, putting an end to those wild rallies from Mist. Ignis historically wins 60% of their encounters against Mist, and that dominance is reflecting in their current form as they've already taken the opening round. It will be tough for Mist to turn things around given his struggles in the last 10 games. Ignis is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. He certainly looks like the more confident fighter right now. Ignis is just too fast right now, catching Mist the moment he stepped onto the Tetris. It's been a rough slate for Mist, who just dropped 3 of his last 4. The heat is staying with Ignis, who just shut the door on any hopes of a comeback. He's really keeping up that pace from their last meeting. Pure precision from the leader, who simply won't let his opponent get a footing. The gap in ratings is starting to feel like a canyon. He's absolutely taking over the server, just strolling into a 6-round lead. Mist finally answers back, picking him off the Tetris. He's really fighting to erase the memory of that 13-8 loss earlier today. Ignis has a massive advantage in the historical numbers, coming into this with over 700 total wins against Mist. So yeah, it's starting to look like he can just lean on that mental edge to close things out. I wonder if Mist can find any answer before it's too late. Another clean win for the frontrunner, keeping the pressure high as we approach the half. The gap in the rankings is becoming very apparent. Ignis takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what the rankings predicted. Mist is just getting outplayed by a much stronger opponent today. Time for a complete reset. Ignis is just carving through these rounds, barely giving Mist any time to even react. He's definitely proving to be the more consistent player tonight. Absolute perfection there, and now he just needs one more for the victory. Just completely outclassing everything Mist has tried so far. A sharp response from Mist to keep this series going. A necessary wake-up call for him in this fight. He's fighting through some heavy adversity right now. Mist manages to pick him off the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. He's finally found a way to disrupt the rhythm. And that's it. Ignis closes the door with a perfect final shot to take the series. He just completely owned this map, keeping his momentum high throughout the entire set. Ignis draws first blood here, taking the opening round from the window. Aster usually maintains a very strong presence here with a 67% win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to the slow start he's having in this series. He's certainly got the historical advantage over Ignis. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's staring down a perfect start to this match. Ignis is looking far more confident than their last meeting. Aster shows a lot of grit here, walking away completely unscathed to close the gap. Just a glimpse of why the oddsmakers lean toward him coming in. Ignis is just dominating, leading 4-1. It's a bit of a shock seeing the higher rated men struggling. Aster just shut him down on the ramp, continuing the steady climb back into the game. It's an interesting shift given their last 3 matchups together. Another clean trade for Aster, who refuses to let the deficit discourage him. The momentum shift is palpable now. A complete turnaround. We are all square now as Aster continues his surge. He simply won't stop, clearing Ignis off the ramp to seize the lead. His confidence is peaking after those tough losses to Void earlier this month. A quick response here as Ignis levels the score. The matchup is wide open heading into the double digits. Ignis edges ahead once more to hold a narrow lead. He's certainly fighting hard to overcome the rating gap. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is proving exactly why the odds were in his favor today. Aster will need to dig deeper if he wants to close this gap. Time to swap sides. Ignis has the lifetime record at a disadvantage, having lost 162 matches to Aster. But it's interesting to see the script flipped with the momentum he has right now. He is really putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. He's showing a lot of fight now, digging deep to pull the score within 1. He's really trying to make a statement after that rough showing against Kale. He's completely taken over, leveling the score with a fast triple round surge. That's a complete dead heat in a blink of an eye. Just like that, the surge reaches 4 straight as he wipes the floor with his opponent. Ignis answers back immediately, bringing the tally back to a dead even split. Neither player seems to have the upper hand right now. Ignis regains a thin cushion, leading 10-9. This is looking like a much closer fight than his last match against Mist. He's refusing to buckle, bringing everything level at 10-all. Both players are fighting a war of attrition now. He's showing incredible resilience, pulling ahead once more to take the lead. He is certainly playing like the man the experts expected to see today. Aster secures the lead from the window, putting himself just a single round away from victory. His focus is exactly where it needs to be right now. What a finishing touch! He closes out the server and secures the victory. He really pushed him to the limit in that one, but it's just the same story once again. He had to work for that. Aster has dominated this particular head-to-head rivalry, winning roughly 67% of their meetings. That historical edge is definitely showing given how comfortably he opened this game. He is looking to keep that momentum rolling. Mist fights back and now holds a slim lead. A huge shift in momentum for the lower rated player here. Both players are trading blows right now. We've got a dead heat as we head into the 5th. He's really put together a strong round of form lately. What a fight, he barely scrapes through that encounter, taking the lead at 3-2. Certainly not the form he's shown in his last few outings. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Looking at the recent results, he's really shaking off a rough patch. Absolutely effortless. That's 3 straight for Mist, who is just owning this series of exchanges. He really needs to lean on the 26-16 run he's had today. Unbelievable pace. He is simply on another level right now, taking a 5th straight round. A big response from Aster, finally shaking off that slide. He really has the upper hand historically across these two. He's refusing to buckle, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. That's a much cleaner way to get back into things. Another flawless kill for Aster, who is now on fire as the half draws to a close. This is essentially a clean slate for both of them. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly the kind of nail-biter we expected from these two. Mist is fighting hard and proving why he's seen as a top competitor tonight. Let's see who blinks first. He's showing real grit here, fighting his way back to take the lead. The expected favorite is really starting to impose his will. Aster claws back, and we are tied up at 7-all. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle against that higher ladder ranking. Mist edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 15. He's really playing against the grain of his recent form. Aster refuses to break, leveling the playing field and bringing the series back to a deadlock. Absolutely lightning fast Fang on that last exchange. He's putting on a real show of tenacity, keeping his composure to move 1 step closer to a victory. Aster is totally in control now, putting together a serious run to seize the lead. He is absolutely unstoppable right now, moving 1 step closer to the victory. He's simply untouchable right now, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. He is fully capitalizing on his status as the favorite today. What a statement finish! He storms through the final exchange to complete the comeback and take the victory. He's just way too consistent for the opposition. Mist put up a fight, but he couldn't hold those early leads against that kind of pressure. Ignis has a strong historical record here, owning a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's the clear favorite on the ladder, so we have to see if that early lead by Mist is just a fluke. Ignis is pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. Mist is really feeling the pressure after a tough 2-7 day. Mist is keeping this series incredibly tight, responding perfectly to every push from Ignis. What a scrap! Both of them were nearly empty, but Ignis just barely claws out the victory. He's looking far more composed than he did against Esther. Ignis holds a commanding 4-2 lead as we reset. The matchup looks very similar to that 13-4 blowout we saw earlier. Mist fights back, trailing by only a single round. He's fighting a tough slump with an all-time win rate under 50%. Mist has all the momentum right now, finding a way to claw back into this series. The ladder gap is definitely closing as the pressure mounts. Ignis barely keeps his nose ahead at 5-4. The gap in their overall rankings is practically negligible here. And we are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Everything is back to a dead heat after that clean finish. Mist is putting on a real clinic here, ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. Another lightning-fast exchange to put the pressure on. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. It's a surprise to see this so close given Mist's 7-loss streak lately. We should see if Ignis can find another gear on the other side. Fresh start for both players. Ignis takes the lead again with a tight 7-6. He's looking to regain the form he had in that 13-4 victory earlier. Ignis has put together a really strong run today, converting those last 3 rounds into a significant lead. Well, the pressure is mounting for Mist, who is really struggling to put up any resistance right now. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another effortless round to extend that run. Mist finds a way to clear him of the wine and gets a round back. He's fighting a tough battle as one of the bottom 15 players. Ignis is just too sharp, utilizing that height advantage on the Tetris to extend his lead. His recent form is a huge contrast to the struggle we've seen from Mist. Another absolute shutdown, and now we are at match point for Ignis. The higher seed is simply putting on a clinic here. And there it is. He closes out the final round to secure a decisive map victory. That's just one more loss on the pile for Mist, who really can't seem to find any answers today. Aster currently leads the lifetime head-to-head matchup by a significant margin, winning about 57% of their bouts. This dominance seems to be continuing, as Aster is really finding a rhythm today. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to flip the script. Ignis has clawed back to a 2-1 lead. He looks remarkably sharp after that 13-7 victory over Mist. Aster is quickly leveling things out here, taking the fight right to Ignis on the ramp. Aster is looking very comfortable right now, mirroring that 13-10 win from their last encounter. A real battle on the ramp there, and Ignis manages to come out on top. A real test for the higher ranked men here. Ignis is starting to run away with this, leading 4-2. Aster strikes back, bringing the score to a tight 4-3. A solid showing for the man sitting at number 13 on the ladder. Aster has the wind in his sails now, quickly taking control of the pace here. What an answer! He shuts down the momentum by picking him right off the ramp. A little more pressure for the man ranked 23rd here. Ignis secures a high ground victory from the ramp to even things up at 5-5. Tying this up perfectly before we head into the final stretch. Aster keeps the pressure on, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He's really bringing that high overall win rate into play. We are locked up at 6-6 heading into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what the analysts predicted for the first half. Aster is keeping his composure well, despite Ignis playing his way back into the set. Time to see who blinks first. Goodness, both players were absolutely shredding each other, but Ignis manages to edge out the victory by the narrowest of margins. Deadlocked at 7-all, we're headed for a thriller. His recent 7-win streak shows exactly why he's so dangerous. Aster is really starting to pull away here, getting the better of Ignis for the 3rd time in a row. He simply refuses to let go, putting Ignis down from the ramp to keep this run alive. Ignis answers back with a fast, clean shot to hold the momentum. Still a tough mountain to climb for the lower ranked men. Ignis is playing with a lot of speed right now, taking a huge chunk out of Aster's confidence from the ramp. He just clears that ramp with an easy spray, extending his lead to 10-9. The momentum has shifted completely toward the lower seed. Aster answers back from the ramp to tie things up at 10-10. A massive push for the player currently sitting at number 13. Ignis is really leaning into this late game stretch, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. A very strong showing for the man sitting at 23rd. Aster holds his ground on the ramp to force a dead heat. He's really finding his footing with a 26-16 day so far. A flawless read by Ignis, placing him just one step away from victory. He's really putting his nerves to the test right now. Absolutely sensational. He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. He's finally managed to get a huge win over a player who's usually had his number. What a series! Esther really has the upper hand historically with a 67% career win rate against his opponent. It's surprising to see Mist get the early lead after dropping their previous meeting so convincingly. We have to see if he can actually keep this pressure up. Mist is currently edging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's definitely showing that higher rating advantage now. The speed of these exchanges is wild. We are seeing these rounds go by in a flash. The momentum is swinging despite the ranking difference. Mist is just dominating, pulling away at 4-1. Total reversal from their last encounter on orange. Esther is refusing to crumble, putting up a strong fight here. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected today. Looking at the last day, Mist has only managed a 2-8 record in his recent games. It's honestly impressive to see him ignore that slump and build such a strong lead here. He is clearly fighting against the tide today. Esther catches him right off the box to keep this rally going. The gap is closing fast after those quick exchanges. What a recovery! He's completely erased that deficit to bring things level. He's starting to look like the superior player today. He is on absolute fire, putting together a 4-round run to take the lead. The confidence shift here is palpable. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the underdog is playing his part perfectly. He leaned on that map advantage and is looking very strong as we head into the second half. Time to see a new side. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with just a sliver of health. It's a tough climb for someone currently sitting 31st on the ladder. Another clean takedown as he picks Mist right off the box. He's really punishing the aggressive positioning right now. He's simply too quick, ending this round without taking any damage at all. Another flawless exchange for the leader, putting him just 3 rounds away from victory. He continues to tear through this map, utilizing that height advantage to bring the score to 11-6. Finally, Mist finds an opening and drops him right off the box. A quick break in the action for the higher seeded player. Aster is just a single round away from a stunning victory here. He's really playing like the top seed in this matchup. What a finish! Aster closes out the series with a huge display of resilience to take the win. That late surge was just too much for Mist to handle. He really struggled to find any footing once the momentum shifted. Ignis holds a heavy advantage with 710 all-time wins in their head-to-head history. He's generally a step above in these matchups, but he's clearly starting today on the back foot. I wonder if he can shake off this slow start. Mist is really finding the gaps today, just cutting him down as he tried to hold that ramp. A huge turnaround from his last few days of competition. What a scramble! Both players were trading huge damage, but he just barely scraped through that exchange. Considering he's sitting at rank 31, he's playing with immense confidence. Mist is just one step closer to a clean sweep. He's coming into this one riding a 2-win streak over the last 10. Mist is just too aggressive right now, catching Ignis completely off guard on that ramp. This is a huge shift for Mist, who has struggled in his recent series. Mist is having a completely unexpected day given his recent stretch, where he's only won 10% of his last 10 matches. The way he's controlling this series is a total reversal of his current form. It'll be interesting to see if this momentum lasts. A quick response from Ignis to break that momentum. The higher seed is starting to push back. Good heavens, that was an absolute war. He manages to clutch out the fight and extends his lead to 7 rounds. He's really scrambling for an answer after that fight. Mist is just cruising along with a 7-4 lead. A quick reflex win to keep himself in the fight. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defied the odds here. Ignis has won 61% of their lifetime meetings, but he's just not keeping up with the pace today. Side switch and we're back. He's really digging in now, shutting down his opponent in a blink. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Mist keeps the pressure high, now leading 8-6. He's completely flipping the script compared to their last meeting. Mist is just dominating the map, pushing his lead to 9. That's a stark contrast to how things went on. Aim Italy, P. A flawless sequence there, proving he can still find a way back into this game. It's a good time to remember, he's currently in the top 30. Mist was just too sharp there, catching Ignis as he tried to play the ramp. He's certainly not playing like the underdog today. Mist is making the rounds end in the blink of an eye right now, really putting the pressure on. That was a brutal shutdown of the comeback attempt. He's absolutely taking over here, moving within 1 round of the finish line. Ignis just cannot find a way to close this out. And there it is, Mist secures the final round to seal the victory. A total shock to the system for both players. It's just a massive result for Mist to pull this off today. Esther clearly has the long-term advantage here with 163 total round wins over Ignis, and honestly, he's the one who typically looks stronger on our ladder. We just have to see if the current momentum shifts in his favor. He secures another win from the toolbox, keeping the pressure high. A surprising start for the higher rated player. Esther answers back with a sharp burst to keep his hopes alive. He's clearly trying to reclaim his status as the preferred pick today. Ignis is just dominating this set at 4-1. Esther refuses to buckle under the pressure, clawing back another round here. He really needed to stabilize and start chipping away at that lead. A total shutout here as he continues his climb back into this contest. He's really tightening his grip on this set. He's completely flipped the script, bringing the series level at 4-4. Aster has completely taken over, outlasting his opponent in that clash on the ramp to move ahead. His superior rank is starting to show in these close exchanges. Absolutely untouchable, now moving into a 5-round skid for the opposition. He's simply on another level right now, securing his 6th straight win from the ramp. A huge mental blow to the underdog as he crumbles. It's 7-5 in favor of Aster, and he's proving exactly why. He has that 67% win rate on this particular map. I mean, Ignis is trailing, but he's still very much in the fight here. Time for the switch. The momentum stays firmly on his side as he takes another round with ease. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal trade, clinging to just 11 health to take the lead back. That was a nail-biter, barely hanging on by a thread there. He's just floating right now, securing a smooth victory from the window to keep this momentum going. He continues to tear through the series, securing his 4th straight win to push the lead to 11-5. Ignis really needs to dig deep to stave off the inevitable. He's just completely relentless right now, putting himself one step away from the victory. What a finish. Aster closes it out to claim the series. He looked a step ahead the entire time, quickly erasing that early deficit to put on a clinic. Esther really owns this head-to-head matchup with 190 wins over Mist. Well, the stat should be a warning for the lower seed since he's coming in with a huge amount of momentum. I wonder if Esther can keep this pace going. Aster holds a narrow lead as we head back. The top half seed needs to refocus his sights. These exchanges are happening so quickly, Esther is barely giving Mist a chance to breathe. The gap in the ladder rankings is definitely starting to show here. Aster is just one step ahead at 3-2. He's certainly battling through a rough 3-9 stretch today. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat at 4-2. That dominance extends to the last meeting, where Aster took a decisive 13-7. Aster is having a tremendous day, coming into this server with a total of 26 wins over the last 24 hours. And honestly, he looks just as confident now as he did in his previous outings. It'll be tough for Mist to find a way to break this momentum. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to grab another one. Aster is absolutely cruising at 7-3 right now. It's proving difficult for the rank 31 seed to close the gap. Mist is falling behind, trailing 4-7. That victory gives him a bit more confidence entering the final stretch. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He is definitely making short work of the favorite here. That 3-round streak really shifted the energy in his favor. Time to see if Mist can pivot. Aster is simply outclassing him, sitting pretty at 9-4. That consistent accuracy is why the upper half of the ladder fears him. Mist is fighting a steep hill at 5-9. A quick snap to put the pressure back on the favorite. Mist is putting up a fight, refusing to let Aster pull too far away from the lead. Mist is starting to look dangerous with those reflexes. Aster has a strong grip on this, leading 10-6. He's playing a high-level game throughout the entire afternoon. What a scramble! Both of them were shredded in that fight, but he somehow manages to scrap through. Aster is really capitalizing on that historical edge he holds. Mist manages to hold that wine spot, securing another win and keeping himself in the conversation. A gritty exchange on both ends, but it comes out on top to reach match point. The favorite is simply too consistent when the pressure mounts. What an ending! Aster secures the final kill to close out the series. Mist just couldn't find an answer for that level of consistency. It looked like he'd finally hit the wall against a total powerhouse. Ignis gets the early lead by using that ramp for a better line of sight. Ignis has an impressive 60% win rate in their historical head-to-head matchups. That mental edge is usually enough to separate these two. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually find a way to flip the script today. Mist is really making a statement here, taking a clean fight from the ramp to keep this close. He's definitely trying to erase that previous 13-7 loss. Mist is really starting to shift the momentum here, pulling off 2 quick wins in a row. He's showing a lot of grit for someone ranked 31st in the league. A frantic exchange of fire, but he manages to come out on top to keep this run going. A tough run for Ignis, having dropped his last 2 series overall. Absolute perfection from that ramp. He just can't be stopped right now. Just another tough outing for him today, after a rough run. He's simply not letting up, extending this huge run to 5 straight. It's rare to see a player this low on the ladder dominant like this. The momentum has completely shifted. That's 6 straight for the underdog. A swift response from Ignis, finally cutting off that run. He's trying to shake off that poor 17-23 record from today. Mist is really leaning into the confidence from their previous 13-7 victory over Ignis, and honestly he's playing like he doesn't care about the rating gap today. It'll be a huge climb if he can keep this pace for the rest of the match. It's 9-3 in favor of Mist. I mean, this is a total reversal of how we expected this series to start. Mist is completely dismantling the higher ranked player right now. Ignis has to wake up now. Mist is just relentless, pushing that lead to 10-3. It's a completely different story than their usual matchups. Mist is just cruising now, taking a fast win even with Ignis holding the high ground. A massive swing of fortune for the lower ranked player. The pace is just lightning fast. These engagements are over almost as soon as they start. Ignis is finally putting up a fight, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. He's almost there. Just one more for the victory. A swift response from the underdog to reclaim control. He manages to dig in from the ramp and hold his ground to keep this match alive. He really needs a huge swing to avoid another defeat today. Game over! Mist closes it out right from the ramp to secure the victory. He just completely turned this rivalry on its head. A huge result that puts some serious pressure on the top half of the rankings. Esther has a huge historical advantage here with a 73% win rate on this map. That confidence is really showing through in his current form, where he has already taken 3 straight matches today. It will be tough for Ignis to find a way back into this one. Esther's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated man is starting to separate himself. Ignis is feeling the pressure here. He needs to find a response quickly, or this could get out of hand. This has been a rough run for Ignis across his last few games. He's just not letting up. That's 3 in a row for Esther, and he walks away from that one completely unscathed. Finally, Ignis puts up a fight, showing some grit to halt that momentum. A bit of a shake-up for the favorite right now. He's got all the momentum now, securing another rapid-fire win to close the gap. He's completely erased that initial lead. Aster is carrying an incredible 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear that recent run of form is weighing heavily on this series. He's effectively neutralizing any small rallies Ignis manages to put together. Aster pulls ahead again, now leading 6-4. He's putting that superior ladder ranking into action today. Aster is putting a serious stranglehold on this match, simply refusing to let the momentum shift back to Ignis. It is 8-4 for Aster. We're looking at a genuine upset here. He's fully outplaying the favorite and just looks far more confident with his aim right now. Time for a complete reset. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. His heart must be racing after that nearly went the other way. Aster is just dominant, cruising to a 9-5 lead. He's really fighting an uphill battle with that recent slide in form. Aster is just relentlessly pushing the pace at 9-6. He's proving far more resilient than those recent losses suggested. Aster is really making it hard for anyone to get a foothold in this series. He's looking a lot more like the favorite now. Ignis is really struggling to put together more than a single round at this point. His current form is just as imposing as that fast aim victory earlier. Absolutely effortless, Aster simply shuts everything down, bringing himself to the very edge of victory. Game over. Aster closes it out with a clean final kill to seal the victory. He's just on another level right now, extending his day of pure dominance with yet another victory. fast start for Mist, catching Aster right as he was moving up that ramp. Aster really owns the head-to-head series with 191 total wins. You know, he's historically been the clear predator in this rivalry. It's definitely unexpected to see him struggling this early in the map. I wonder if he can shake this off before the gap widens. Absolutely crushing it now. A clean sweep for Mist to take a huge lead. He's really putting those recent top-tier results into question. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. Coming off an incredibly dominant 27-13 run today. Aster gets a quick response here to put a stop to the momentum. A needed wake-up call for the higher-ranked player. What a scrap! He survives the carnage with almost nothing left in the tank. The number 13 seed is starting to look like the rightful favorite. A completely untouched kill to keep the heater going. He's really narrowing this gap. He looks like he's finally shaking off those early nerves. He's simply refusing to let that early deficit stand, taking another effortless round for himself. He just can't be stopped, tying the set with a blistering sequence of rounds. Mist manages to pick him off the ramp and keeps the lead heading into the break. A pivotal moment for the lower-seeded player to seize control. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the interval. I mean, things are playing out exactly as expected for him so far. He's held his nerve and maintained that narrow cushion despite Aster's strong push. Time to see if Aster resets. Mist is now comfortably in control of this game, and honestly, he's doing this while playing against someone with a far higher rating on our ladder. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure, or if the ranking gap eventually tells. Unbelievable. Aster clawed back from the brink of defeat to secure another win. That's a really tight scramble to keep the rally going. He catches the target right from the ramp, completely leveling the match at 8-8. He's completely taken over the map, securing a 4th straight victory to officially claim the lead. The favorite is finally asserting himself after that rough start. Mist answers back quickly to bring this all the way back to a deadlock. Aster finds the mark again to keep the pressure building. He's really starting to flex that experience in these late game situations. He's really showing some grit here, ending that duel without taking a single point of damage. This version of him is exactly why he's so highly regarded. He's completely in control now, putting himself a single round away from the victory. The momentum has completely shifted in the favorite's favor. A huge response from Mist, showing some real grit to keep his hopes alive. He's not going down without a fight, pushing back again to put immense pressure on the leader. The veteran is starting to look a bit rattled. What a way to finish. He puts on a stunning display of resilience to secure the victory. He really leaned on that raw speed at the end, including that 1 sub-second blink. It's a huge relief for him to finally close this out. What a fight. Ignis has won 60% of their past encounters. He enters this duel as the clear favorite, so it'll be interesting to see if he can quickly wipe away the memory of that loss in their previous meeting. Mist is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. It's a mirrored result from their previous outing on red line. Ignis is shaking off that early pressure and bringing us right back to a dead heat. He's currently battling through a rough patch with 4 straight losses. Ignis claws back ahead, putting him up 3-2. The higher rated player is starting to exert his authority. The momentum has completely shifted, and that's 3 straight for the favorite. Mist had the upper hand in their most recent match at red line. A blindingly fast react, and he takes a 4th straight. A stark contrast to the 13-6 result we just saw on red line. A flawless response here from Mist, proving he's not going to just let the lead slip away. He needed that response to keep things within reach. He's digging in deep, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. A huge mental shift for the underdog right now. A complete shutdown by Mist, who has now fully erased that early deficit to even the score. He's really making his presence felt against the higher seed today. He manages to outduel the opponent and reclaim a 1-round advantage. He's definitely fighting through a bit of a slump in his recent form. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, that's exactly what we wanted to see from the top seed. He's fighting hard to maintain his hold on the series despite the pressure. Let's see if Mist can rally. Ignis has historically owned this matchup with a huge 7100 to 465 lead. It's clear he's finally remembering why he has that advantage. He's really starting to distance himself from Mist now. Ignis is simply dominating, extending it to 9-6. The lower rated player is refusing to go away quietly. A clean sweep for Mist, who continues to fight his way back into this game. He's definitely proving he can handle the pressure of this clash. What a scramble! He scrapes through that chaos with almost nothing left to keep the rally alive. Pure willpower from him to keep this comeback rolling. Absolutely unstoppable right now. He's tied this series up completely and has a huge amount of momentum. The gap in their rankings isn't meaning much right now. Ignis takes a step back in front by securing the kill from the box. A crucial stop for the higher ranked player here. He answers back immediately, bringing the tally dead, even at 10-all. Looking at the current form, this is an absolute toss-up. A brutal firefight that both walked away from barely standing, but Mist is the one who survived it. A nerves of steel performance to hold that thin lead. It's a total deadlock. We are heading straight toward a possible tiebreaker with neither player able to pull away. That was an effortless shutdown, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. He's found his second win at the perfect time. Unreal! He closes it out with an absolutely clean finish to secure the victory. He finally found a way to stop that bleeding, putting on a display of nerves to hold it together. He had to work for that. Aster historically wins these matchups about 57% of the time, and honestly he's entered this server carrying a significant amount of momentum from his last few games. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually hold this narrow lead as the match develops. Aster has the edge now, leading it 2-1. He really looks comfortable sitting in that higher rank right now. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another one to keep the streak alive. He just can't be stopped right now, continuing this blistering run. He's playing like a man on a mission today. He's simply untouchable right now, closing the gap on his opponent with a total shutout. That was a chaotic trade, but he manages to claw out the victory to keep the streak rolling. What a scrap! Ignis hangs on after a desperate firefight to get back on the board. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Ignis has a 49% all-time win rate that mirrors his exact performance on this map. It's a very consistent baseline for him, which might be why he's finally starting to settle in. Now we just have to see if he can actually flip the script on this series. That was a lightning fast reaction to bring the score to 7-4. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely proving that the pre-match labels were wrong here. He looks way more comfortable on this map, but Ignis has the skill to close this gap. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Aster extends his grip to a 3-round advantage. He is certainly playing his part as the higher seed here. That was an instant deletion, proving that he's not going away quietly. A clean snap to get himself back in the game. Another flawless pick for Ignis as he continues to chip away at that deficit. Aster holds a slim 2-round cushion over Ignis. He's really leaning into that strong 28-12 run today. Aster still firmly in control at 10-7. He's consistently outpaced his rival in the head-to-head history. Ignis is showing real grit here, staying sharp to pull closer to his opponent. Aster is really starting to pull away here, putting a serious amount of pressure on the defense. He is really starting to look like the top-tier talent today. He's refusing to go away, showing a lot of heart as he brings the score to 9-11. Aster shuts that comeback attempt down instantly and is now just 1 round away from victory. He refuses to let the match slip away, securing another round to stay alive. A huge moment of resistance to keep this series moving. What a way to close it out! Aster secures the victory with a perfect final exchange. Ignis put up a massive fight to keep this competitive, but he just couldn't close it out. He really pushed him to the limit. Tough loss for Ignis. Esther owns a commanding 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's really clear he's carrying that psychological edge into today. Let's see if Mist can shake off those recent losses to find some footing. Mist is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The lower rated player is putting on a clinic right now. He's simply too fast right now, securing another win from the ramp. Absolute disaster for the favored player so far. Aster puts a fast stop to that run, cutting the lead back to 1 from the ramp. Mist completely shuts him down as he tries to peek from the ramp. The 13th seed is looking very vulnerable right now. Esther has entered the day on a strong 29-11 run over the last 24 hours. It's a bit jarring to see him struggling this much despite that momentum. He really needs to find an answer for Mist's aggressive positioning before the gap widens further. Esther takes total control from the ramp and continues his fight back into this match. He's starting to play like the heavy favorite again. Absolute momentum shift. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring things back to a dead heat. He's simply untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight victory. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, it's a pretty accurate reflection of his 67% map win rate here. He's keeping things tight, but Mist is still very much in this. Time to see who blinks first. The momentum stays right where it is, as he finishes this exchange without losing a single point of health. This reflects the gap in their current rankings. Esther maintains his nerve from the ramp, continuing this impressive recovery. His current form puts a lot of pressure on the underdog here. Mist just cleaned him right off the boxes, bringing this game much closer than anyone expected. He's really fighting through the underdog narrative today. Aster instantly shuts him down, keeping the pressure high as he closes in on the finish line. He secures another victory from the ramp, showing great poise as he closes the distance on the series. Mist manages to get the better of him again, taking him down from that elevated spot. He's not going quietly. Mist is making a real push here to claw back into the game. A lightning fast strike puts Aster just 1 round away from victory. A huge response from Mist, who refuses to let this game slip away just yet. Still, a massive mountain to climb for the lower seed. Unbelievable. Mist barely clings to life with 13 health to keep this dream alive. Absolutely terrifying to see that health bar drop that low. What a way to close it out. Aster digs deep and secures the final round to take the victory. Mist really gave him a run for his money out there, but that level of consistency just didn't hold up. What a fight. Ignis has a massive career advantage here with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head matchups, and since they just took a close game from Mist earlier today, the momentum is definitely shifting. We'll see if Mist can actually fight back from this. He's simply on another level right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. Mist has really struggled to find his footing today. Absolute perfection from him, keeping that flawless start alive. Finally, a response from Mist to get back on the board. He's really fighting for air after those tough losses earlier today. He's not backing down, putting an end to the other side's run with a lightning-fast reflex. A very respectable showing from the underdog so far. Mist is really having a rough day with a 4-13 record over the last 24 hours. It's clearly making the hill even steeper for him to climb in this specific series. I wonder if he can find some stability before the gap becomes insurmountable. Ignis shuts him down from the box, extending the lead to 7-2. The higher seed is really asserting the authority here. He's completely taken over now, securing 4 in a row with a total shutdown. A tidy piece of aiming to secure another point for Mist. He needs a few more of those to stay in the fight. Ignis is heading into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we predicted. He's just too strong for Mist right now, looking every bit like the top seed. Time to see a response. Ignis just completely owned that space on the ramp to secure another quick win. A tough stretch for someone who's already dropped his last 3. Ignis is just putting on a clinic here, and at this pace we could be looking at a very quick wrap-up. Mist manages to hold that elevation and trade back, refusing to let this slip away easily. That's a really fast reaction. Mist is starting to look a lot more dangerous now. He is not letting up, picking up another effortless round to keep the momentum swinging. He is just one step away from victory after that duel. A critical stop to prevent any further momentum shift. A sharp flick from Mist keeps the dream alive for now. A gritty effort for someone who's been fighting uphill today. That was an absolute brawl, but Mist manages to claw out a second straight victory. He's really pushing back against the expected outcome. He's on a roll now, securing another win to keep this comeback alive. He's simply refusing to crumble, taking a 4th straight to keep this pressure high. Absolutely staggering composure from him to put this back on even ground. What a surge! He's now 1-5 on the bounce to bring this comfortably back to a 1-round game. Absolute chaos to see the tide turn this drastically. Unbelievable. Ignis shuts the door and claims victory right here. He really threw everything he had at that second half comeback, but just barely missed the mark. What a fight. Aster has traditionally owned this matchup with a career win rate of 67%, and honestly, looking at how they've handled their business today, that confidence is clearly translating to their game. The question now is if Ignis can actually hold the lead. Ignis is currently staring down a narrow 2-1 lead. His recent form is typically much stronger than this. Everything is coming up even here, and it feels like they're just trading blows at this point. Still looking like the stronger force right now. Ignis holds a precarious one-round edge at 3-2. The higher rated player is starting to feel the pressure here. Ignis is really starting to build some serious momentum, and he just completely shut Aster down on that ramp. Aster is usually the one closing these things out. He's completely taken over this stretch of the match, moving a huge step closer to a double-digit lead. The higher ranked player is really struggling to find any answers. That's another flawless sequence from Ignis, keeping the pressure high to extend this lead. Aster responds immediately with a clean sideline halting their run. His recent form is clearly a massive factor today. He just won't go away, clawing back another round to keep this match competitive. His side of the brackets definitely expected a tighter contest than this. Ignis is doing just fine, playing from the ramp to get another round on the board. A much needed response for the lower rated man in this duo. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see. That 4-round burst really gave him the cushion he needs heading into the second half. Aster needs to wake up now. Aster is really flexing that confidence after starting the day 29-10. You know, he's been on a total tear throughout the league today, and that high energy form is making this lead feel very fragile for Ignis. Ignis maintains a commanding 3-round cushion at 9-6. A quick shift in gears for the number 24 seed. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, putting his opponent on the defensive with those 2 quick wins. He's putting that 13 ranking to a serious test right now. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to claw another round back. He survived that with a sliver of health left. Aster claims another one from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away. He's showing some serious resilience in the second half. Ignis just shuts him down on the ramp, keeping a healthy cushion as we head into the final stretch. A tighter series than their last encounter on Italy P. Ignis is just 1 round away from closing this out after another clean victory. He is just completely locking down these last few exchanges. Game over! Ignis closes the door with a swift final blow to secure the victory. Just a huge result for the 24th seed to secure a win against a player who's been dominating the bracket today. Esther holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with a 67% success rate over Mist, and considering he has been rolling through his games today, it's surprising to see him start on the back foot. We have to see if he can shut this down quickly. Mist is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. Mist is really shaking off that recent rough patch. Mist is absolutely on fire right now, catching these rounds in a flash. He's really struggling to shake off that earlier loss to Ignis. Mist is barely hanging on with a 3-2 lead. That's a solid response from the higher rated player. We're all tied up now, 3 apiece. That's the higher rated player making his presence felt. Mist is really taking advantage of that vertical space on the ramp to keep this lead. Mist has really bounced back from that abysmal 4-14 record over the last day. It's an impressive shift in gear since he spent most of the morning struggling. Esther will need to find a way to break this streak before things slide further. Simply untouchable right now, he's continuing the charge with an incredibly fast response. Esther quickly cleans that up, narrowing the gap just a bit before we head toward the break. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. It's a fairly standard start for the favorite given how he's played today. He just needs to maintain this tight gap to close it out. Time to flip the script. Mist is comfortably in the driver's seat at 8-5. A huge turn of events given Aster's dominant record on this layout. He's showing real grit here, putting up a fight to narrow that gap. He's starting to look more like the favorite we expected today. Both players landed heavy hits, but Aster managed to survive the exchange and secure another win. He's finally found some stability after that shaky start. Unbelievable. Aster has completely erased that deficit and now we're tied up. That's a complete reversal of fortune in a matter of minutes. A strong trade, but he just manages to edge out the win to retake a slim lead. What a response! He's clawed his way all the way back to level the series. Just about everything we expected from the favorite in a tight spot. He just keeps pushing forward, showcasing some impressive resilience to take a narrow lead. The shift in energy is palpable now. He's effectively taken over the match, putting the pressure on with another straight win. The momentum has completely swung, and Aster is now just one step away from victory. The momentum just shifted completely in the second half. What an unbelievable finish. Aster completes the reverse sweep to take home the win. A really grueling a battle, but he just wouldn't let that early lead slip away. He had to dig deep to find his footing. He really earned that one. Ignis is the clear historical favorite with a 60% win rate against this opponent. It's interesting to see him starting on the back foot here, since he's usually a reliable wall for Mist. Now he just needs to prove that dominance can return. Ignis is firmly in control at 2-1 now. It's a tough afternoon for Mist, who's just come off that loss to Esther as well. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now, moving his lead to 3-1. An absolute war of attrition, but the favorite comes out on top once again. His recent form looks a lot better than his opponent's lately. He's refusing to back down, digging in to keep himself in the fight. A nice clean reset from Mist to slow things down. The resilience is showing as he secures another round, keeping the pressure on Ignis. Mist has only won 4 rounds in his last 19 encounters overall. It is quite a steep hill to climb when you're fighting against that kind of negative momentum. It will take a lot of grit to flip the script here. A complete shutdown by the favorite, who now looks completely in control. A brutal run of form for the underdog right now. He just can't find a way to stop this run, leaving himself completely open. The gap in ratings is certainly starting to reflect here. Ignis heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we expected from the rankings. Mist simply cannot find any answers for his opponent right now. Let's see if Mist wakes up. Ignis is just cruising along at 10-3. The number 31 on the ladder is really struggling tonight. Mist close back 1, but Ignis still leads 10-4. He is really fighting for his life after those consecutive losses. Mist is putting up a real fight now, putting together a nice little run to keep the score respectable. That was a flash of brilliance. Ignis practically ends the round before Mist can even react. He shuts down that small rally and puts himself on the verge of victory. Total shift in gears from how we saw him start the series. What a finish. He barely survives that frantic exchange to close the series out. He's just on another level right now, and it looks like that confidence is really starting to pay off in the series. Aster boasts a lifetime win rate of 67% in this format, which is a significant lead over what Ignis brings to the server. Well, the question is whether Aster can actually convert that overall superiority into a lead today, especially after dropping their last head-to-head matchup. Aster's now clutching a tight 2-1 lead. A strong way to start for the higher rated player. He's just unstoppable right now, putting up a huge lead with that third straight win. He's really making that rating advantage felt early on. The momentum has completely shifted, and now he's taken total control of the server. Ignis is showing plenty of grit, popping the opponent right off that ramp. It's a great time for the underdog to make a statement. Just as quick as the last one, showing that he's not going away quietly. What a turnaround! He strikes from the ramp to tie things up at 4-4. It is a complete reversal from the start of this series. Aster recovers quickly, putting himself back in front with a clean finish. The higher ranked player is starting to assert himself again. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health after that chaotic scramble from the ramp. Ignis just cleared him off that ramp to keep the pressure mounting. He's refusing to let the favorite pull away comfortably. We're heading into the break with Aster leading 7-5 well. It looks like he's capitalizing on his superior red line map win rate to hold the advantage. Ignis is still very much in this, but he's fighting an uphill battle right now. Time to swap sides. What a fight! He digs deep to claw back another round from the ramp, barely surviving that trade. Absolute chaos in that exchange, barely any room for error. Aster has put himself in a great spot with a 28-11 record over the last day. That level of form explains why he's been so efficient in the early stages of this map. Now, it's just a matter of whether he can push for the finish. Absolute perfection from the underdog, picking up another as he continues to chip away at that lead. This is becoming a real dogfight. What a scene! He barely survives that scrap from the ramp to bring us all the way back to an 8-8 deadlock. Neither player is giving an inch in this set. He manages to edge out the victory from the ramp, barely surviving with a tiny sliver of health. A crucial response for the higher ranked player here. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that clash on the ramp, securing a huge victory. He's currently managing a very respectable 13th place on the ladder. He holds that ramp firmly, refusing to let the deficit get any larger. A very disciplined performance from the challenger right here. Aster is really tightening the noose here, edging closer to closing this series out. The top 10 placement for Aster is giving him quite the cushion. Another round goes to the favorite, putting him just one victory away from the win. He's playing with so much confidence right now. What a gutsy response by Ignis, staying composed in that firefight to keep his hopes alive. That survival keeps the pressure firmly on the top-seeded player. And there it is. Aster shuts the door on the series and walks away with a victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close those final gaps. He'll be gutted to let that one slip. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Mist and Aster facing off tonight in a high-stakes match for the win. Aster has been in fantastic shape lately, putting up a 29-10 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Mist has faced in his recent outings. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this level of confidence for the whole set. Aster is just dominating, leading 2-1. His historical dominance in this pair is really showing through. Mist is really fighting an uphill battle here, as he just can't seem to find a way to slow this guy down. This looks like a repeat of their most recent meeting. He's completely untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. Aster simply refuses to let up, picking his opponent off the box for another point. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health left. The difference in their ladder positions is really starting to show. Finally, a response from Mist, taking a clean round for himself. He's fighting against a massive 200-point gap in the ratings. Aster has completely owned this head-to-head matchup with 194 total wins. And you can tell he's playing with a huge amount of confidence today. He looks poised to close this out quickly if Mist can't find an answer. He's simply too quick, keeping the pressure on just before we head into the break. The momentum is heavily tilted in his favor going into the break. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, the pre-match favorites are completely off their game. We are looking at a serious upset if the underdog keeps hitting these shots. Time for a quick reset. Incredibleness, he manages to scrape through that fight from the ramp, narrowly avoiding defeat. The higher rated player is simply too precise tonight. Aster's now sitting pretty with a 10-4 lead. He's really fighting against the odds given those recent results. Mist's little spark of hope was short-lived, but Aster quickly shut that down to get back in control. His rank in the top 15 reflects that consistency. Mist is showing some real resilience, refusing to just fold under the pressure. That's a tough break for someone coming off a 4-16 day. Mist is actually starting to put some pressure on here, putting together a nice little run of rounds. Aster bounces back immediately, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's playing with a totally different gear right now. He manages to stay alive in this fight, securing another point for his tally. That was a blistering pace to keep the hope alive. Boom! A lightning-fast final shot seals the deal for Aster. He's just too strong on this map, making everything look effortless today. Just a brutal afternoon for Mist. Ignis holds a significant lifetime lead over Mist, with 713 wins in their head-to-head history. And honestly, that mental edge seems to be playing a part in the early stages. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can break that pattern today. Ignis is comfortably in control, leading 2-1. He's clearly fighting out of that tough 4-17 slide today. The pace is really picking up. These fights are becoming almost instantaneous. Ignis is simply dominating, cruising into a 4-1 lead. The difference in their ladder positions is starting to show. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to emerge victorious to keep the fight alive. The underdog is starting to put up a real fight. He's putting up a real stance, securing another round to close the gap. The momentum is shifting rapidly for the underdog. And that's it. The comeback is complete and we've got a dead heat at 4-all. This is exactly how the underdogs usually claw back in. Unbelievable! He barely scratches through with a sliver of health to keep this surge rolling. The pre-match favorite is really struggling to find any answers. What a survivor! Mist somehow claws through that nightmare and keeps his streak alive with just a tiny bit of health left. He's just completely flipped the script on this match. The onslaught just won't stop and it keeps the pressure high heading into the half. A brutal way to close out the first half. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. We're looking at a serious potential upset after that 6-round tear from the underdog. Let's see if Ignis can regroup. Absolute chaos to see a knife play in a duel like this. That was a wild way to secure a round. We need to step away for just a moment, but we'll be right back to the action on Mappas. And we are live again on Mappas with Mist, holding a slim 1-round lead at 7-6. That was an absolute slugfest, but he comes out on top to maintain his lead. What a scramble! He barely survives that absolute brawl to maintain his control over the series. His composure under pressure is looking rock solid. A perfect response here to keep this revival going. A crucial stand from the favorite to stay within striking distance. He's digging in deep and refusing to let the pressure break his resolve. The gap between them on the ladder is feeling very small right now. He secures the kill from the ramp, showing some serious grit in this comeback effort. It's a testament to his resilience to keep this fight going. He's effectively shut down the comeback attempt, putting a firm grip on the game once more. Ignis is showing plenty of heart, erasing another round to keep this comeback attempt alive. He's completely untouched in that exchange, picking up another round to keep this charge going. The momentum has completely swung back in his favor. He survives that exchange to move just a single round away from victory. It's It's a stark contrast to how the first half began. What a finish! Mist digs deep to close out the series and seal the victory. He really put himself on the line there, but it's an incredible result for someone who's been struggling so much lately. He had to work for that. Aster enters today with a strong 29-10 record over the last 24 hours and is showing that consistency with a much higher rating on our ladder. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that flow. Absolutely lethal. Ignis is completely controlling the pace right now. Hard to believe he's the one struggling right now. A quick reaction there to stop the slide, showing plenty of grit. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Ignis is just dominating, leading 4-1 in this set. This is a complete reversal of their most recent meeting. That's a clean response from Aster, refusing to let his opponent run away with the game. The gap on the ladder is starting to feel a bit more relevant. Ignis is really defying the long-term statistics here, and honestly, you can't ignore that he's already managed to take a commanding lead despite having the worst head-to-head record. I wonder if he can maintain this pressure and actually secure the series. Ignis is cruising along with a commanding 6-3 lead. A massive swing in form from how he played against Mist today. The speed of these exchanges is frightening. Both of them are hitting their marks almost instantly. Ignis is just relentlessly stacking up the rounds at 7-4. The historical 73% win rate for the favorite on this terrain is huge. Ignis takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's playing exactly as we expected. It'll be a tough road for Esther to climb back into this one after that streak. Time for a reset. Ignis is simply outclassing him, now sitting at 9-4. He's making it look easy, despite the ranking disadvantage. Esther clawed one back, but Ignis still holds a 9-5 grip. He's certainly capitalizing on that experience edge today. Goodness, what a scrap. Both players were practically dead in the water, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. Ignis is just on a roll, completely dismantling Esther's hopes of a comeback here. The higher seed is really struggling to find an answer here. Aster is refusing to go down quietly, keeping himself very much in the hunt. He's usually the one who comes out on top in these series. Aster has finally found some traction here. He's narrowing the gap just as this game reaches its closing stages. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum surging into round 20. A very precise finish to put him just one round away from victory. It's a complete flip from the usual results we see here. A sharp response to keep the dream alive, preventing a swift conclusion for now. That was an incredibly efficient take for Esther. He's showing incredible resolve, holding that ramp to keep the deficit to just 2 rounds. The pressure is definitely mounting on the underdog to close this out. He just can't be stopped, taking another round to push this right back to the wire. He's definitely proving why he entered as the favorite today. He closes it out right here. Ignis secures the victory. He really pushed through that final stretch when it mattered most. A huge result for the underdog to take this one. Hard-fought win. Aster holds a significant advantage in their overall head-to-head history, winning 67% of their encounters. It's interesting because Mist has actually taken the most recent games between the two. We'll see if Aster can snap that trend quickly. He's completely untouchable right now, claiming another perfect round to move to a 3-0 lead. He's completely taking over the lobby with that opening burst. Hard to believe the 13th ranked player is struggling this much. Absolutely punishing, he's just not letting up, taking another round to keep a clean sheet. Quite the reversal from their last head-to-head encounter. Finally a highlight for Aster, getting back in the game with a strong exchange. He's been far more consistent with a 29-10 record today. Aster is starting to push back, using that height on the ramp to secure another round. The high-rated side is finally starting to show its teeth. Emotion Mid-Mist has been fighting an uphill battle today with a 5-17 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's really playing against the odds in a match where the favorite is struggling to find any footing. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace Emotion mid. Mist just needed a little bit of height on that ramp to secure the edge here. Really tough for a player rated that high to stay this cold. Mist is just dominating, holding a commanding 8-3 lead. He's really defying his usual rank 31 standing right now. Mist goes into the break with a huge lead at 9-3. I mean, he's putting on a clinic right now. Despite Aster having a stronger career win rate on this map, Mist is playing way above his usual level today. Time for a total reset. Mist is simply cruising with a massive 10 free cushion. This is a complete flip from their last meeting. He's just purely outclassing everything Aster is throwing at him right now. He's making short work of the favorite today. Aster has finally found a way to break that momentum, shaking things up just as Mist was closing in. Still a mountain to climb for the favorite. He shuts down the challenge from the ramp, putting himself on match point. He's truly outplaying the odds right now. He manages to hold the ramp and fight back, keeping his hopes alive. A huge hill to climb, but he's finally found his footing. Aster takes control of the ramp, once again securing his second straight win. He's definitely playing with more confidence now. What a response! Aster is on fire now, securing his third straight victory. The momentum has completely shifted in this closing stretch. And there it is. Mist closes out the match with a final burst to secure the victory. He really played like the underdog of the day, completely shaking up the rankings with that result. What an absolute slugfest to start. Ignis barely scrapes through that one with just 6 health remaining. Ignis holds a substantial edge in the lifetime head-to-head with over 700 wins against Mist. Well, it's a huge psychological advantage to have, but Mist actually took their most recent duel. The real test is if he can flip the script once more tonight. We're all square now with both players tied at 2. Looking to build on that recent win he had against this opponent. He's just on fire right now, completing a hat-trick of rounds. Really proving a tough match for the higher rated player. He's simply not letting up, taking a 4th straight round without breaking a sweat. An absolute crush. He's completely controlling the pace of this game right now. He's putting on a complete clinic right now, taking another 6 in a row. A sharp response from Ignis to get back on the board. He's clearly trying to recover from that recent series loss. Ignis is putting up a real fight here, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. Mist has looked quite fragile today with a 6-17 record over the last day. That makes this particular surge all the more impressive. He's proving he can outplay the higher rated player regardless of the trend. Mist leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is completely shaking things up here. He's refusing to back down against the higher ranked player, and the pressure is definitely on Ignis now. Time to see if this holds. Mist is really cruising with a commanding 8-5 lead. That was a lightning fast exchange. Mist is just relentless, extending his grip to 9-5. A really tough stretch for the higher ranked man today. The momentum swings right back to the favorite, putting his opponent on the defensive once again. He keeps the pressure on with another quick exchange. A surprising shift in energy for the player sitting lower on the ladder. Mist stays out in front, climbing to a 10-7 lead. He's certainly leaning on that historic experience as he digs in. A complete shutdown. He's absolutely surging now, narrowing the gap as the momentum shifts completely. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting together a 4-round burst to bring this game right back into reach. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even. Absolute perfection from the favorite in this stretch. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, extending the run to 6 straight. Everything is sliding back in favor of the original favorite. Unbelievable run of form from Ignis, who now needs just one more for the win. What a sensational finish! Ignis closes the door and secures a huge victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time, nearly pulling off another shock result on Italy. What a battle! Aster typically dominates this head-to-head with a 57% win rate, but he's coming in cold after 2 straight losses. He needs to figure out how to shut down Ignis' early momentum. Ignis is just cruising right now, up 2-0. He's clearly struggling to replicate that 27-11 pace from earlier today. Aster claws back around, but Ignis still leads 2-1. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster is on a roll and has completely erased that early deficit. He's finally starting to look like the favorite on paper. Ignis holds the edge with a narrow 3-2 lead. A bold showing from the lower ranked player so far. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece as they reset. Neither player is walking away from this with an easy lead. Unbelievable! He barely survives the exchange and scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. He's definitely proving his higher rank on the ladder. A complete shutout this time, and his confidence is skyrocketing as he takes a firm grip on this series. Ignis responds quickly here, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. He's really putting the pressure on the higher ranked men today. Total stalemate now, both Ignis and Aster sit at 5. Aster takes the lead, moving ahead 6-5. He's showing a lot of grit today after those earlier defeats. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Everything is going exactly as expected so far. Aster has the better map history here, but Ignis is refusing to back down in this series. Time to see who blinks first. Aster noses ahead, claiming a slim 7-6 advantage. He's really showing that rank 10 advantage right now. What a scrap. Aster barely edges this one out in a chaotic exchange. That's another nail-biter finished in his favor. Absolute precision here as the momentum swings heavily back to Aster. The gap in their lifetime win rates is really starting to surface. Ignis is refusing to go away, shutting the door on that run with an effortless finish. He's fighting hard to close that gap. Aster is looking really comfortable here, consistently finding the winning shots from the top of the box. A cleaner performance than his recent losses against Mist. That was practically a blink. Aster is simply too quick for him right now. Ignis is stubbornly hanging around, refusing to let the lead slip too far away. He's showing a lot of resilience after that tough loss to Mist. Another clean win here as he continues to claw back into this game. That's a huge shift in energy to keep this contest alive. A lightning fast reaction here puts him just a single round away from victory. And there it is! Aster secures the finale to take home the victory. He's definitely shaking off those ghosts from earlier today. A great way to bounce back and find some confidence again. Aster has an overwhelming 67% success rate when these two face off. It's definitely strange to see him starting on the back foot here, given their dominance. We have to see if Mist can actually keep this momentum going. Aster manages to clear a path for himself by taking control of the ramp. He's definitely playing like the favorite here. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. The difference in individual rating is starting to play a role here. Incredible survival. He barely clings to life with only 8 health, but that's another huge round for Aster. A chaotic exchange of fire ends up going his way, leaving us all square. His confidence is likely shaken after a tough loss on fast aim. Aster edges ahead by a single round right now. He's putting up some serious numbers overall today. Mist has clawed back to tie things up. Both of these guys are feeling the pressure right now. The pace has slowed down a bit, but Aster is starting to find an answer to the pressure. Coming into this one as the clear favorite, he is starting to show his class. A complete stalemate at 5 apiece, total deadlock. He's really leaning on his experience in these high pressure spots. What a fight, he barely edges that one out to take the lead before we head into the break. His overall record today is still quite impressive, despite these setbacks. Mist goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, it's a clean start for the favorite. He's holding his ground well, despite Aster's high success rate in their previous meetings. Ready to see if Aster rallies. Mist has looked out of his element lately with a 6-18 record over the last day. It's really surprising to see him this dominant against a top-tier opponent. He's completely ignored the script so far. That was a total shutdown. He is showing a lot of grit to close the gap here. The pressure is shifting back toward the server leader. Mist is really surging now, pushing ahead 9-7. His current form is completely contrary to his usual playstyle. What an incredible scrap. He hangs on by a thread to keep the pressure climbing. Absolute precision on that final burst to keep things close. Mist is really running away with it, leading 10-8. Aster's 27-11 run today isn't helping him here. Unbelievable reflex. He survives by the skin of his teeth to keep this fight alive. The composure from Aster is just wild right now. Mist manages to clear the ramp out and really puts the heat on now. It's a huge shift in momentum for the lower seeded player. He stays aggressive to put a huge dent in that rally, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A huge collapse from the higher seed right at the finish. Aster shows a lot of heart here, securing a clean get from the ramp. He's finally showing a bit of a fight back. He's refusing to go down, keeping himself in the fight with that effortless shot. He's completely neutralized any chance of a quick blowout. What a statement! He wipes the slate clean to force a tie and push this duel into overtime. Pure chaos as we head into the extra frames. An absolutely effortless shot to put him back in the driver's seat. A total contrast to how he struggled against Ignis earlier. Aster takes this one with ease, refusing to let the pressure get to him. It's a dead heat as we enter the final stretch. They're just trading blows back and forth now, refusing to let the other pull away. The lower ranked player is truly playing the game of his life. What a fast response from Aster, staying ice cold to bring the scores level at 14 all. Both of these guys are playing at an absurd level right now. He secures the lead once again, moving just a single point away from a massive victory. The seed difference is practically invisible in this series. A quick reflex play here to bring the tally level, putting Aster one more for the victory. The tension is reaching a breaking point at this stage. Aster holds a slim 16-15 lead right now. And just like that, Mist pulls it back to 16-16. Aster just snatched a narrow 17-16 lead. Total deadlock in the head-to-head right now. Absolute madness as Mist forces a 17-all tie. A truly fierce battle between two opposites on the ladder. Mist takes a slim one-round lead as we head back. He's really defying the expectations set by his ranking tonight. Mist pulls further ahead, now leading 19-17. He's really flipping the script on the rivalry, proving that no matter the rank, anyone can win these overtime battles. He had to work for that. Ignis historically owns this matchup with a 61% success rate over their career meetings. It's an interesting dynamic because while Mist has the lead right now, he's usually the one fighting from behind in these duels. Let's see if Ignis can find his way back to that comfort zone. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's just getting his confidence back after that tough loss to Aster. Mist is capitalizing on these early exchanges, putting a lot of pressure on the higher ranked player. Mist holds a narrow 3-2 edge as we reset. He's looking to bounce back after a rough outing against Aster. We've got a dead hit now, Ignis ties it up. He's shaking off a tough loss to Aster with some quick reflexes. What a turn of events. He's completely shifted the energy of this match with 3 straight rounds. The higher seeded player is finally starting to exert some control here. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this match with another straight round. The favorite is starting to look like the better player here. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just completely shifted the momentum with 5 straight rounds. Mist stays sharp to hold that run, keeping himself within striking distance. The underdog is finally showing some fight in this set. Ignis is sitting on a strong 17-20 record for the day. He's definitely not letting a couple of tough sets derail his confidence. If he can push this lead further, he'll be in a perfect position to close this out quickly. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This is exactly how the analysts predicted the map would go. He's in total control here after that string of 5 quick wins. Ignis keeps the pressure high, now leading 9-4. That's a heavy burden for the 31st seed to carry right now. Missed claws back one, but Ignis still commands at 9-5. The battle of the bottom half continues as these two fight for position. Mist is really cutting down the deficit here, proving that those early rounds weren't just a fluke. He's on fire right now, securing a third straight round in a blink. The slight favorite is finally starting to flex. Another win for him. This recovery is incredible, putting him just one round behind now. He's really playing with a different level of poise right now. Absolutely stunning. He has completely erased the lead to even things up at 9-9. Ignis secures the edge once again, moving back into the lead. He's definitely showing why he's rated higher on the ladder. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, looking extremely sharp with these quick wins. His recent form shows he's only won 30% of his last 10. He's taking complete control here, putting his opponent on the defensive as he moves within reach of a victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the preseason favorite. He finishes them off to wrap up this match in style. He really showed why he's ranked so much higher. That final push was just too much for Mist to handle. Esther has a strong all-time win rate of 67%. It's definitely a surprising start to the game given his consistent edge in these head-to-head clashes. I'm curious if Ignis can maintain this momentum. Ignis is charging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He is really capitalizing on that 25-12 run today. Esther has a head of steam now, making a very quick adjustment to take the lead. The favorite is clearly comfortable in these exchanges. Ignis just secures that lead, utilizing the ramp to get the drop on his opponent. He's fighting back after that 13-9 defeat in their last set. Aster puts on a sharp display of precision here, quickly cleaning him up from the ramp. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground right now. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, effectively shutting down Aster's attempt to hold the ramp. Esther has been on fire today with a 25-12 record. It's definitely strange to see that momentum stalling while Ignis puts up a fight. He'll need to find a way to reset his focus soon. Ignis holds a slim 5-4 advantage as we head back. The rank 13 seed is finally showing some teeth. Esther is really picking up speed now, easily shutting Ignis down while he was holding the window. The rating gap between these two usually plays a role in these long sets. He's just too quick right now, securing his third straight to seize the lead. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is definitely proving why he holds the historical advantage on this specific map. He should have enough confidence to close this out if he stays sharp. Time to see if Ignis responds. Aster is taking complete control now, using the ramp to push his lead even further. He's certainly proving to be the more reliable player in this match. Aster is pouring away now, holding a commanding 9-5 lead. He's really starting to make his mark as the higher seeded player. Aster secures another effortless win from the ramp, putting a firm grip on this match. His current number 13 seed placement is really starting to show. Absolutely untouchable. He just steamrolls right through any attempt to slow him down. He's really cementing that lead he holds in their head-to-head history. Ignis manages to hold that momentum with a sharp exchange of his own. It's a huge climb, but we've seen him dig deep before. Ignis is actually putting up a legitimate fight here, cutting the distance down to just 4 rounds. It's a sudden shift in energy for the underdog. The surge continues. He's now claiming 3 in a row to keep this rally alive. The gap in their rating is practically disappearing right now. Aster secures a clean hit from the ramp to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's showing exactly why he went into today with a higher seed. And there it is. Aster secures the final blow to close out the series. Emotion high, he really leaned on that experience, making sure to shut down any chance for a comeback in those final moments emotion high. Esther dominates this pairing with 195 total head-to-head wins over Mist. I mean, that's a huge mental edge, and the current scoreline is following that trend. It will be interesting to see if Mist can put up a fight despite that history. Aster is cruising through this, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. He's looking incredibly sharp after that dominant 13-8 result against Ignis earlier. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the pace early in this series. The rating difference is starting to show as this gap widens. Aster is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. He's really fighting to shake off that tough result against Ignis. Aster had the perfect angle from the ramp to shut that down. He's definitely playing like the higher seed right now. Aster just edges ahead to take a 4-3 lead. The underdog is really keeping this close. Aster has been on absolute fire today, putting up a 25-12 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this specific series. Now we just have to see if he can maintain this momentum for the full stretch. Aster is pulling away now, extending that lead to 6-4. He's playing like a man comfortably in control right now. Aster just can't be shook, holding that ramp position to keep the pressure on. Expectations are firmly met with that cushion he's built. We've got a 7-5 lead for Aster heading into the break. I mean, the betting odds liked Mist, but the numbers on this specific map heavily favor Aster. He's proving that the map advantage is a real factor. Let's see if Mist finds a spark. Mist finds his footing by securing the top of the box, keeping the score tight at 6-7. Everything is on the line for Mist now to prove the doubters wrong. Aster recaptures the momentum, pushing ahead to an 8-6 lead. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this. The underdog is refusing to let that lead slip away. Absolutely stellar reaction there. He's just wiped the slate clean to bring us level at 8 apiece. Aster just claims another one, utilizing that ramp height to keep his narrow lead intact. His upper half rating is clearly giving him an edge in the clutch. Absolute perfection. Mist is putting up a fierce fight now, evening things up at 9-9. It's becoming a complete deadlock between these two. Unreal, he nearly loses it, but barely holds on with 13 health to reclaim a 10-9 lead. Talk about a narrow escape for him there. What a response! He's completely erased the deficit to even things up at 10 apiece. Aster is keeping his nose in front here, mirroring the fast pace of this entire series. Absolute chaos in this trade, but he somehow scrapes through with just 9 health to reach match point. He is playing with a huge amount of luck right now. What a display of grit! Mist refuses to go quietly and drags this game back to a knife's edge. A crucial pause in momentum for the favorite. What a way to force the deadlock. Mist is absolutely relentless, shutting the door on his opponent to bring us into overtime. Aster just barely avoids a disaster there, keeping his lead as the pressure reaches a boiling point. This is exactly how you'd expect the higher seeded player to close. What a stunner! He just wiped the floor with his opponent to bring us completely level at 13 apiece. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking Aster right off that ramp to take a 14-13 lead. That's a really tough spot to be in right now. The momentum has shifted completely as he extends his streak to 3 rounds. A total flip of fortunes in just a few minutes. What an unbelievable turnaround! He storms back to claim the series victory. He just completely dismantled everything the favorite had going for him in overtime. Totally unbelievable way to close this out. What a fight! Ignis currently holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with over 700 total round wins over Mist. You can see that mental edge playing a part early on. It will be interesting to see if Mist can shake off that familiarity as the set progresses. A gritty battle on the ramp, but Ignis emerges on top to take a full command of the early game. Mist had a strong 16-13 result against Esther earlier today. He manages to outlast the exchange and extend his lead to a perfect 4-0 start. Absolutely overpowering, he's simply too fast for anyone to handle right now. Finally a result for Mist, who managed to pick up the kill from the ramp. He's certainly looking to bounce back from that tough 9-13 loss earlier today. Mist has looked really shaky over the last day, posting a combined 8-19 record. It's clear that we're seeing a sudden surge in confidence with these back-to-back wins. He's finally found some footing in this series. Ignis secures the exchange from the ramp to extend his lead. Expected the favorite to lock things back down after that skid. Ignis is just cruising along with a 7-3 cushion. That ranking difference is starting to feel very real. A lightning fast snap to close the gap, and he continues his run toward the midway break. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the top seed is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's looking very comfortable outplaying Mist right now. Time to see if Mist can pivot. Ignis puts another notch on the board, now leading 9-4. The gap in overall experience is certainly evident here. Ignis is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-4. He's definitely getting the better of his opponent today. Mist just answered back instantly, showing that he isn't ready to give up on this set quite yet. The momentum is shifting. Mist is refusing to go away and has carved out a real chance here. His current run is starting to look like a legitimate threat. Unstoppable right now, he finishes the round without losing a single point of health. An impressive display considering he's ranked lower on the ladder. Ignis quickly regains his footing to push the lead back to 11-7. A solid response after that loss to Esther earlier. That was a high-stress trade for a low-health finish. That was an absolute nail-biter of a round. Mist secures another round from the Tetris, refusing to let his opponent pull away. A much-needed surge to keep the pressure on the favorite. A total shutdown. He's firmly in control now, taking it to a single-game deficit. Ignis finds his mark and clears the ramp to put himself a single round away from victory. He's showing incredible grit to keep this alive, strolling away from that exchange unscathed. The underdog is refusing to fold under the pressure. Unbelievable. He strikes from the ramp to force a deadlock at 12-12. Absolute chaos as the board resets completely. Absolutely stunning. He's just completely seized control of the series now. Complete dominance from him in these final stages. Ignis answers back immediately, bringing the tally level as the pressure mounts in this opener. What a chaotic scramble. He barely keeps his head above water to take the lead. That was a terrifyingly narrow escape for him. Another effortless round for Ignis, who has now completely taken over this final stretch. Exactly what we wanted to see from the favored side today. He wins the duel and closes out the series with an incredible surge. Coming back like that in the overtime stretch was just purely impressive. Mist really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Esther holds a significant historical edge here with a 67% win rate on this map. He's certainly leaning into that confidence after taking the first exchange. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually shift the momentum of this series. He's simply too fast right now, extending the lead to 3. The favorite is certainly making the most of this early momentum. A perfectly executed shot lets him get back on the board. A quick response from the underdog to keep things interesting. He's finding his footing, claiming a second straight round to narrow this gap. Ignis is proving that the pre-match predictions were a bit premature. Unreal speed. He's completely erased the deficit and we're all square at 3-3. A frantic exchange where he barely survives, and that's 4 in a row for the comeback. He's showing incredible poise after that close call. Absolutely untouchable. He continues to roll, picking up his 5th straight win. The tables have completely turned from what we expected going into this. Astor answers back immediately to stop the run. He's certainly making the most of his strong 25-12 run today. A lightning fast reaction puts him back in control with a 2-round cushion. He's looking stronger by the second, capitalizing on his momentum as we approach the break. Ignis heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really playing up to the expectations we had coming into this. He'll just need to hold his line after the switch to seal it. Time to see if Esther adapts. Another clean shot ensures he maintains a comfortable 5-round cushion. Absolute dominance from the man the oddsmakers were counting against. He is simply refusing to let the momentum shift back. He's really tightening the noose on this one. He's simply not letting up, securing 3 in a row to put himself in a commanding position. What a nail biter. He nearly went down, but manages to claw out the victory to move within a single round of the finish. What a finish! He closes it out with a fast reaction to secure the series. It's a massive statement for Ignis to put up such a performance against a higher ranked opponent tonight. Aster starts strong by claiming the high ground, using that box to get the early lead. Aster generally holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Mist has found a way to disrupt that trend lately. We'll see if that confidence carries over into the next few rounds. Unbelievable. Aster somehow scrapes through that absolute war of attrition with barely any health left. He's certainly playing better today than in those last couple of games. Mist is firmly in control with a 3-2 lead. A surprisingly rough day so far for the higher rated player. Mist is just too quick on the draw. He takes out Aster right off the box for another round win. Mist keeps the pressure on with a 4-free cushion. Aster claws back to tie it up at 4 apiece. A strong showing today from someone who's already put up 25 wins. He's completely taken over the server, claiming a 3rd straight victory. He's really capitalizing on that superior historical edge here. He's completely unstoppable right now, picking up his 4th consecutive round. The favorite is starting to look very comfortable with his lead. He's simply on another level right now, keeping the momentum alive with the 5th straight win. Aster takes the 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, it's a surprise to see the odds favoring Mist given how high Aster's win rate is on Dunes. He's comfortably sitting in the driver's seat right now. Let's see if Mist can reset. Absolute chaos in this trade, but Mist digs deep to secure the win and stay in the fight. He's starting to put some serious pressure on the favorite. Aster really looks locked in today with that 25-12 record over the last day. Well, it's no surprise that his current form is reflecting his superior overall standing on the ladder. We need to see if Mist can find a way to break this rhythm. Aster pulls ahead to a commanding 9-7 lead. The higher rated man is looking a lot more composed now. He's proving incredibly stubborn, closing another gap with a perfectly timed shot. That's another swift victory, and we are all square at 9 apiece. A complete turnaround from how this series started. Aster regains the edge, leading 10-9. This puts him in a great position to climb back up the ladder. Aster is starting to really pile on the pressure here, capitalizing on the momentum with 2 fast wins in a row. Absolute madness in that exchange, but he manages to secure the win and put himself 1 step away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out with a flurry of wins to secure the match. Mist definitely gave him a scare there for a bit, but he just couldn't keep pace with that level of precision. Ignis has been an absolute nightmare for his opponent, winning over 60% of their lifetime matchups. I mean, that historical dominance is clearly weighing on Mist today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually flip the script this time. Another untouchable round for the leader as he extends the gap to 3-0. Pure air for the winner, who simply refuses to let up. A stark contrast to how Mist has performed in his other games today. Finally, a response from Mist, taking this one down instantly. Ignis quickly shuts that down, taking him straight off the wall. The top half ranking is starting to make a difference here. Ignis holds the advantage from that window and he's really pushing his lead now. He's coming in with plenty of confidence after a strong run against Aster. A huge shot from the window puts him in total control of the server. Mist is really struggling to keep up today. Mist puts a stop to that momentum by clearing him out of the window. It's a battle of the lower ranks tonight. Mist is currently fighting uphill with a record of 8-21 in the last day. It's clear he's trying to shake off those recent losses by clawing back into this one. He definitely needs a bigger swing here to turn things around. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as we predicted. He's clearly the better player today, and it shows in how he handled that long win streak. Let's see a fresh start here. Ignis is just too sharp today, quickly picking Mist off the ramp to move his lead to 9. The higher rating is showing its value in this series. Mist is really grinding this out, taking control of the ramp to secure another close round. Ignis keeps the heat up, cruising into a 10-5 lead. He really knows how to close out these specific matchups. Mist claws back one, bringing the tally to 10-6. He is really fighting the current today. Mist is really finding some traction here, effectively cleaning out that ramp area to keep this close. He's definitely showing a bit more resilience than in their last meeting. Ignis is really refusing to let any momentum build up for Mist today. He's clearly the steadier hand today. What an absolute war of attrition, with Mist barely surviving his stand on the ramp. He's really living on the edge with those low health finishes. A clean shot finishes him off the window, putting Ignis just one away from victory. He's certainly justifying that favorite tag right now. A cautious dance between the two before Mist finally landed the decisive shot. A well-timed response to keep this battle alive. The pressure is really mounting for the leader now. His looks completely shook right now. The momentum has shifted entirely for the underdog. absolutely sensational. He surged back to lock this series into a dead heat at 12-12. The underdog has completely dismantled the odds tonight. Unbelievable. He digs deep to secure the final blow and survives with a hair's breadth of health. Incredible poise to take that one with almost nothing left in the tank. Absolutely lethal. He just outclassed him entirely to bring this overtime set to a dead draw. This, a absolute deadlock now. These two are trading blows every single round. It's practically a coin flip at this point. Both of them are putting in huge hours with the 18-18 day. It's a complete stalemate at this point. Just total chaos as we head into the finale. He takes this round with a perfect shot, putting himself just one step away from the victory. Absolute precision to reclaim that narrow lead. And that's it! Ignis closes out the series and claims the victory. He really pushed it to the limit in overtime, but he just couldn't close that final gap. Mist fought like a lion today. What a battle! Aster enters the match as the heavy hitter with a 67% all-time win rate. But the confidence is definitely with Ignis after that last meeting where he secured a dominant win. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge outweighs the raw skill gap here. Ignis just read him perfectly, shutting Aster down right as he tried to hold that ramp. Aster is definitely feeling the heat after that tough loss earlier today. Aster had no problem clearing him off the ramp for that one, keeping this set a dead heat. A total reset to a dead even match. Ignis now holds a slim lead, pushing it to 3-2. His current overall win rate suggests he'll eventually find a way back. Ignis is really rolling now, extending his lead to 4-2. His recent form has been scorching lately. Aster is really fighting to keep this close, refusing to let Ignis pull away. Absolute deadlock at 4-4, neither side budging an inch. Ignis gets the better of him from that ramp spot, keeping the pressure on Aster. That rank gap isn't feeling very relevant right now. We're back to square one, 5-all. He's been an absolute machine today with that 24-12 record. Unbelievable, he survives by a thread after that brutal exchange, taking the lead into the final round of the half. We've got a 6-6 deadlock headed into the break. I mean, this is exactly what you expect to see when two top-tier players clash. Esther is playing great, but Ignis has the momentum right now. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis manages to pull ahead by a single round. Hard to ignore that head-to-head lead he holds over the years. Ignis is looking incredibly strong with that 3-game win streak in his recent form. It's a surprising turn of events given that Aster usually controls the pace in this rivalry. Aster has to find an answer quickly or this will get away from him. Ignis is really pulling away now, leading 9-7. Aster usually controls the map, but he's not finding that flow today. Ignis is just on fire right now, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. Slipping quite a bit from that 71% map average. Another perfect outing for Ignis, who's now completely taken over this server. Aster finally breaks through with a quick exchange to get back on the board. He's showing a bit more of that rank 14 skill. That was a patient outplay, leaving the match on the line for Ignis. Ignis is proving he can handle the pressure today. Aster finds his mark from the ramp, forcing the match to go deeper into the closing stages. He's fighting hard to claw back into this series. What a finish! He manages to outlast the pressure and secures the final kill to close it out. Ignis really looked like the better player today, proving he can shut down those map advantages completely. He's definitely riding a huge wave right now. Mist strikes quickly to take a lead, catching Esther right as he was holding the ramp. Esther historically wins 67% of their encounters, but his recent form today has looked shaky compared to his usual standard. It's a bit surprising to see him fall behind early, given the gap in their ratings. The question now is if he can flip the script. He manages to find a clean open, keeping the score within reach. We're definitely seeing some volatility from the higher ranked man right now. Mist is just dominating, putting Aster in a deep hole. This is a huge shift from their previous meeting on the dunes. Mist is simply cruising at 5-1. He's certainly not looking like the high-rated favorite we expected today. Aster manages to trade blows and keep the pressure on, refusing to let Mist pull too far ahead. It's good for him to see a few more rounds up on the board. A fierce exchange of fire, but the underdog manages to outlast him to keep this momentum swinging. A huge swing for the man who started the match as the heavy favorite. Absolutely crushing it right now. He's completely taken over this map segment. He's putting the pressure back on now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. This is exactly why he entered the server as the favorite. The turnaround is complete and he's now firmly in control of the map. The momentum shift is practically total at this point. We go into the break with Aster leading 7-5. Well, it looks like his strong map history is paying off here. He's managed to hold onto a slim lead despite some early struggle. Time for a fresh start. A swift reaction here as he opens the second half with another effortless kill. The gap in the ratings is becoming very apparent right now. The distance between them is widening by the second. Another sharp exchange ends in his favor as the lead continues to snowball. Mist answers back with a clean shot to stop that slide. He's fighting a tough battle after those 3 losses earlier today. Mist secures another one from those boxes, making this a real contest again. It's a tight window for the number 31 seed to close this gap. Aster finds a high percentage play to drop Mist right off the ramp. A really decisive way to reclaim control of the pace. Total shutdown by the veteran, bringing him within a single point of victory. What a way to close it out! A perfect final sequence puts a definitive end to this match. Just a clean, professional showing to wrap that one up. He's really looking like a force again after that shaky start. Mist takes a quick early lead, utilizing the ramp to catch Ignis off guard. Ignis has historically owned this matchup with 717 total wins over Mist, and it's honestly a bit shocking to see that confidence missing so far, given how much higher he's rated on the ladder. We have to wonder if he's just shaking off some nerves. Unbelievable! Mist barely scrapes through that exchange, finally clearing the ramp to take a 3-1 lead. A real surprising turnaround for him after that 8-23 day. Ignis finally claws back to keep the gap tight. He enters this server with a lot of momentum after a strong set against Aster. Mist is just relentless, pushing a dominant 4-2 lead. Mist is putting on a serious clinic right now, continuing a run that has completely flipped the script. He's really shaking off those recent losses today. Absolutely wild, he just barely survived that brutal slugfest to keep the pressure on. It's a surprising look for someone sitting as high as he is. Ignis is really feeling the pressure, having dropped since his recent victory over Mist earlier today. It's a tough spot when you're the clear favorite, but suddenly find yourself trailing by 3. We'll see if he can stabilize before things get out of hand. Ignis shuts things down by picking him off the ramp to keep this chase alive. He definitely looks like he's starting to find some confidence. Mist holds a comfortable 3-round cushion heading into 11. He's really playing above his number tonight. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we're looking at a huge shift in momentum here. The lower ranked player is simply outplaying the favorite right now. Let's see if Ignis can wake up. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, cleaning him right off that ramp to pull a bit closer. It's a tough battle for the guy sitting at 31 right now. He's not letting up, holding that ramp perfectly to keep this resurgence going. He's fighting back hard and trying to erase that deficit. Mist just shuts that door quickly, taking control from the ramp and keeping his lead secure. He's showing some serious resilience despite those recent losses. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. The higher seed is really struggling to close this gap. He's just completely untouchable from that ramp, extending his current run to 3 straight. He's completely disregarding the historical gap between them. He just can't get anything going. Mist is now just 1 round away from finishing this. A huge stop by Ignis, who outduels him from the ramp to keep the dream alive. It's a massive mental shift needed for the favorite now. What a way to close it out. Mist secures the victory with an effortless finish. A massive statement from him, completely erasing that history and taking a huge step up the ladder for today. Esther has a strong historical edge with a 65% win rate on this map. That familiarity gives him a clear advantage over Ignis. It will be interesting to see if that translates into a dominant lead today. Ignis is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing with more confidence after that 13-9 victory in their last meetup. Both players are looking sharp, and we've got a dead heat on our hands already. Aster just edges ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. The higher ranked player is certainly finding his gear right now. Ignis fights back to lock this up at 3 apiece. We're seeing a real battle between these two upper half contenders. Aster is playing the aggression well here and is starting to pull away. He's definitely putting that superior ladder ranking to use. Pure deadlock now with Ignis and Aster tied at 4. Expectations are shifting as the underdog keeps fighting back. Aster clinches the lead, now sitting on 5. The higher rated player is definitely putting on a show. Aster has really managed his day well, sitting on a strong 23-13 record over the last 24 hours. You can tell that confidence is translating into a very clean performance here. It'll be tough for Ignis to flip the script from this position. Aster takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. You know, the favorites are really feeling the pressure here after that 4-round run. It's a tough spot for Ignis to recover from. Time to shake it off. Ignis picks up a round, trailing 8-5. He's currently sitting in the 21st spot on the ladder. Ignis finds a way to clear him off the box, continuing his climb back into the match. His timing has been spot on for the last couple of engagements. He's just unstoppable right now, keeping the momentum shifting his way with another instant deletion. Aster puts a stop to that run, quickly securing the 16th. He looks completely comfortable in this matchup. Aster is comfortably in control, leading 10-7. The head-to-head history really favors the server leader in this rivalry. Aster has completely shifted the energy here, claiming his 3rd straight round to extend the gap. The number 14 seed is making this look effortless. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that one with a sliver of health, moving him to match point. Unreal! He shuts the door on this match with a final blast from the box. He's really proving himself to be the king of the hill on this map lately. Aster is looking incredibly comfortable here, and it's a huge part of why he leads the head-to-head matchup 197 to 97. And seeing how he just beat Mist in their last meeting, it feels like he's firmly in control. It will be tough for Mist to find a way back into this one. He's just too quick right now, securing his third straight victory without taking a single point of damage. And there's the response. Mist takes the round without taking any damage, showing he's not going down without a fight. Aster is simply dominating a 4-1 lead right now. He's playing exactly like the favorite right now. Aster just keeps rolling, extending that gap to 5-1. The ranked 13 player is proving too strong today. Another effortless victory for him, as his current run of form looks absolutely unstoppable. He manages to pick up another round, cutting the lead down to 4. Aster has been on a tear with a 23-13 record over the last day, and it's showing in his confidence since he knows he can outpace Mist in these exchanges. I wonder if Mist can find any way to slow this momentum down. Aster is practically cruise controlling with an 8-3 lead. Aster finishes the first half up 9-3. He's putting on a great display since he really thrives on this map. This is looking like a very one-sided fight for the favorite. Time for Mist to shake it off. Aster holds a commanding 9-4 lead as we start. He's definitely showing a lot of grit despite those tough odds. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-4. He's definitely playing to his seed in this series. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but Aster somehow manages to pull through. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Mist is refusing to let this slip away quietly, fighting back to stay in the conversation. The momentum has shifted. Mist has finally found a way to string together some rounds here. It's always a struggle for a rank 31 player to hold this lead. He's on a tear now, securing another instantaneous kill to keep this surge going. A sharp reaction from Aster to hold that momentum and put himself on match point. And that's it. Aster shuts the door with a clean finish to close out the series. He just completely owned the map today, and it's clear he's the one who likes this terrain more. What a scramble! Mist survives a chaotic trade by a hair to take the first round. Ignis holds a huge historical advantage in their head-to-head rivalry, winning over 60% of their encounters. But Mist already managed to win the last time these two faced off recently. It'll be interesting to see who takes the mental edge early on. He's completely taken over now, putting an effortless stranglehold on the early game. The gap in their ladder rankings is feeling very apparent right now. Mist secures a tidy win from the wall to close the gap. The underdog has a decent bit of confidence right now. Ignis keeps the pressure high, quickly shutting Mist down while he was perched on the wine box. He really needs to shake off that rough 9 and 24 run. Ignis is barely holding his lead at 4-3. He's definitely shaking off that tough 9 and 24 run today. Ignis has a strong 19-16 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot more momentum into this series than Mist is. Let's see if he can use that confidence to push this lead further. Mist is really leaning into this back and forth battle, quickly punishing Ignis for playing the window. Pure dead heat now. We've reached the 5-all stalemate. This is getting interesting for the lower ranked player. Ignis edges ahead once more, clutching a narrow 6-5 lead. Mist is fighting hard to avoid another loss to him today. Ignis takes the first half 7-5, and honestly everything is going exactly how we expected it to. He's simply too consistent for Mist right now. New side, new momentum. Ignis is pulling away now, leading by 3. A tough stretch for the number 31 ranked player here. Ignis is just dominating now with a 9-5 cushion. The higher seed is really asserting his authority here. Mist manages to hold the ramp for a much needed point, keeping himself within striking distance. A surprising turn of events for the number 31 seed. Another huge win from the ramp as he puts on a clinic to keep the comeback alive. He's definitely starting to fight back now. Ignis is still well in control at 10-7. That's his typical control on display. Ignis just shuts him down on the ramp, and he's really starting to distance himself again. The favorite is starting to look like the better player again. A total shutdown on that exchange, putting him just a single step away from victory. Mist answers back immediately with a crisp headshot to keep the dream alive. What a finish! Ignis seals the victory with a completely untouchable final sequence. The top seed just gets the job done. He completely neutralized whatever momentum Mist tried to build in that second half. Aster enters this match with a 71% win rate on this map, and honestly that historical dominance should make him the clear favorite right now. The opening round went the other way, but the numbers suggest a strong comeback is likely. A brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to secure the triple round lead. Complete reversal from their last meeting on Blame Dunes. Aster keeps his composure and clears him off the ramp to get back into the fight. He definitely looks more comfortable now after that rocky start. Aster is refusing to go away, shutting down that attempt at a lead. He's starting to look like the favorite the odds makers expected. Ignis holds a commanding 4-2 lead heading into this one. Ignis really wants to prove the critics wrong today. Ignis is looking a lot sharper today than he did in their most recent meeting. It's definitely a step up from that last duel where Aster took control. He's proving he can handle the pressure of this higher rated opponent. Ignis is really pulling away with a 6-3 cushion. Ignis has been fighting hard since his recent run against Mist. We're going to step away for just a moment, but stay tuned for more action from the arena. And we are back in the arena, with Ignis holding a 6-3 lead. A very clean finish there as Aster continues to chip away at this deficit. He's starting to claw back a bit of that early gap. Unbelievable. He survives with a tiny sliver of health to keep this momentum surging into the break. That's just a hard-stopping way to close out the half. We're all tied up at 6-6 for the half, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see from these two. Both guys traded blows throughout the first 12, so it's anyone's game coming back from the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis takes the lead, putting him up 7-6. That's an impressive way to push back against the higher rated side. Ignis stretches his lead to 8-6 after that play. He is putting up a real fight today despite the gap on the ladder. He's showing a lot of grit here, quickly trimming that lead back down to a single round. The top seeded player is finally starting to find a steady pace. Aster pulls through, again, dropping the opponent right off the ramp to even the series. A total reset to 0 for both sides here. Ignis edges ahead, reclaiming a narrow one-round advantage. That's a huge moment for the top seed, bringing everything level at 9 all. Absolute deadlock here as we head into the 20th. Another rapid win for the top seed, showing real tenacity as he retakes control. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel real. Tied up again, Ignis and Aster are completely locked. His recent victory against Mist didn't seem to slow him down. Good heavens, Ignis survives a total war of attrition from the ramp to take the lead. Talk about a nerve-wracking finish to seal that lead. What a display of resilience. He completely shuts things down to bring the score level. That was a lightning fast reaction to get everything squared up. An effortless finish for the top seed to put himself on the verge of victory. The skill gap in their overall ratings is finally manifesting here. Absolutely phenomenal. Aster closes out the match in style to secure the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the absolute limit there, but that level of consistency just paid off. He had to sweat for every single round. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Aster are stepping onto red line to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster looks sharp right out of the gate, securing that first win from the ramp. He's really controlling the pace after a strong day so far. Mist is refusing to back down, pushing the score back to an even split. Aster is really fighting the higher rating here. Aster had the better read there, catching Mist right as he stepped off the ramp. He's definitely playing his way into that top 15 spot. With that locked at 2 apiece as both players reset. This is a wild shift compared to their 13-7 clash earlier.
Aster edges ahead, gripping a slim one-round lead. That 67% map win rate for Aster is starting to show. Aster is really asserting his presence with a huge 198-97 head-to-head lead, and looking at how the day is unfolding for him, he just seems to have an answer for everything Mist throws his way. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to reverse this slide. Mist secures the advantage from the box, showing real grit to keep this series close. The underdog is showing he can hold his own in this series. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. That 24-12 record over the last day tells a story. Aster is really putting the pressure on right now, keeping the heat up from the ramp to push his lead to 7. Mist manages to clear the ramp for a crucial round here, keeping himself very much in the game. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt in the second half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog status is proving misleading because he's playing exactly like the higher rated player here. He's staying aggressive to maintain a narrow cushion. Let's see how they handle the switch. Aster has been in an absolute tear today with a 24-12 record over the last day, and we are seeing that confidence translate into a very consistent performance right now. He looks far more comfortable with the pressure than Mist does at this stage. Aster is firmly in control, leading 9-6. The favorite is starting to feel completely settled in this match. That was a tight exchange, but he keeps charging back into this series. Mist is starting to dig in and find a way back. Aster is just a few steps clear at 10 apiece. The rank 13 favorite is certainly showing his class. He just completely erased Aster from the server with an effortless shot. Quick response from the underdog to stay alive here. He's refusing to go away, keeping this rally going to bring the gap down to just 1. Aster is really keeping his composure, refusing to let Mist build any real steam here. That's a result we've seen multiple times across their rivalry. Unbelievable! Aster claws out a victory with a tiny sliver of health left, and he is now just 1 round away from winning it all. A total nail-biter of an exchange there. Pure resilience from Mist to deny him a quick finish and keep this fight alive. Mist is refusing to buckle under the pressure of the favorite. What a fight. Aster digs deep to secure the final kill and seals the victory in a breathless finish. Mist really forced him to sweat it out there. He's fighting for every single point today, but just couldn't close it out. What a fight.
Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Italy today for a duel between Ignis and Mist. Let's see who takes it. Ignis has historically won 61% of their meetings. And that dominance seems to be continuing today after they already took their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually break that cycle this time around. Mist is putting on a clinic with a 2-1 lead. He's really fighting through that ranking deficit right now. Everything is back to a dead heat. Neither player is willing to give an inch here. Mist has seized advantage with a 3-2 lead. Ignis claws back to tie this up at 3-3. The higher seed is starting to assert himself here. That was an absolute blink, and you missed it exchange. Mist is looking sharp with those reaction times. We are completely locked in at 4 apiece. Mist is really struggling to find his footing today. Unreal. Both players were trading huge damage, but he barely clung on to survive that. And just like that, Ignis forces a massive 5-5 deadlock. It's been a tough round for him today with those losses to Esther. Ignis pulls ahead by a single round now. The rank 31 seed is really feeling the pressure now. We head into the break tied at 6-6. It's basically a stalemate right now. Despite the ranking gap, Mist is hanging tough and refusing to fall behind, heading into the second half. A completely fresh start from here. Ignis takes the lead, moving ahead 7-6. His recent form looks far more consistent than his opponent's. Mist is really struggling right now, coming into this series with a poor 926 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that lack of confidence is carrying over to the server. If he doesn't find a way to stop the momentum shift, this could get very one-sided very quickly. A fierce exchange of fire, but the momentum stays with Ignis, who just can't be stopped right now. He manages to hold his own and puts a round on the board. A sharp turnaround to kill that momentum. What a scramble! Mist survives a chaotic shootout with a sliver of health, refusing to buckle under the pressure. He is on fire right now, totally shutting down his opponent for a third straight round. Ignis manages to answer back immediately to keep the pressure high. He is showing real grit here, staying poised and continuing his charge back into this series. The gap in ranking isn't stopping this fight from staying competitive. That was a wild scramble, but he lapped up the victory to put himself at match point. The favorite really knows how to close out a set. A huge response from Mist, shutting him down completely to stay alive in this game. He's fighting a tough uphill battle to keep this series alive.